I'm Jessica. Today, I want to share a personal story about my life. I'll talk about my tough childhood filled with family problems and how I found my own way. Growing up, I often felt invisible, like I didn't matter. My parents, Carol and David, were very different from each other and often argued loudly. Their fighting created a heavy tension in our home that lasted even after they stopped shouting. "Carol, why can't you see things my way?" David would yell, filled with frustration. "Because not everything you think is right," Carol would respond, her voice strong but tired. As a young girl, I found comfort in hiding in small corners of our house, holding a book or a doll, trying to be as unnoticeable as possible. These fights happened often and built a wall between me and my parents. But it was their divorce that really changed how I saw the world and my place in it. David left suddenly, creating a gap where a father should be. He quickly moved on, getting new partners and even having new kids. This made me feel even more like an afterthought in his life. "Jessica, it's just you and me now. We'll manage on our own," Carol said softly but firmly, trying to bring some normalcy back to our lives. Her strength was both inspiring and sad. Despite struggling to pay bills and working many hours, Carol's love never faded. She held multiple jobs, like waitressing and selling crafts at markets. Our home was small and we didn't have many luxuries, but Carol's love filled it with warmth and laughter. "Let's bake some cookies, Jessica. It will make the house smell nice," she would say on her rare days off. These simple moments became the best parts of my childhood, a happy contrast to how I felt ignored and neglected by David. As time went on, I realized how devoted Carol was to raising me. She was my anchor amid the emotional storms caused by David's absence. Each birthday he missed and every school event he didn't attend made me feel more abandoned. Tragedy struck during my junior year of college when my mother, Carol, passed away unexpectedly. Her absence left a huge hole in my life, making me feel even more alone. At her funeral, the many mourners around me only deepened my feelings of solitude. David, who had been so distant in my life, suddenly appeared. "Jessica, I'm so sorry, your mom was amazing," he said awkwardly, his voice unfamiliar. Despite our past, he helped with the funeral arrangements, giving me a small hope that we could possibly repair our broken relationship in the weeks that followed. As I tried to adjust to my new life without Carol, I thought about reconnecting with David. With his 50th birthday coming up, I saw a chance to bridge the long gap between us. "I think I'll throw David a big 50th birthday party," I told my friend Sarah while we drank coffee at a cozy cafe. The idea felt like a big step, like reaching out across the gap between us. "That's really generous of you, but are you sure? It's a lot of emotional investment," Sarah replied, looking worried. "It's what Mom would have wanted," I said, my voice mixed with determination and doubt. She always hoped we'd make up, and maybe this was a way to start. Preparing for the party helped distract me from my grief. I dove into planning, picking the perfect venue, choosing a menu that David would enjoy, and inviting all his friends and family. Every detail was carefully thought out, showing my hope for a fresh start. When the day of the party arrived, I felt cautiously optimistic. The venue looked beautiful, decorated with David's favorite flowers, and soft music filled the air. Guests started to arrive, their faces showing excitement and curiosity. However, as the time for David to arrive came and went, my anxiety grew. 30 minutes turned into an hour. Just when I was about to call him, my phone buzzed with a message. "Sorry, running a bit late, kiddo. See you soon," David texted. His casual tone didn't help ease the knot in my stomach. Finally, he showed up, but not alone. He brought his new wife, Lisa, and her son, Michael, who looked a bit out of place among my mother's friends and our family. The tension in the room was thick as David walked through the crowd, greeting people in a detached way. As the night went on, the initial warmth of the party faded into a strained politeness. I watched from a distance, feeling heavy-hearted as David interacted with Lisa and Michael, laughing and sharing stories while I remained on the sidelines. I was the event organizer, but felt strangely disconnected. The evening was filled with a mix of hope and disappointment, highlighting the stark difference between what I expected and what was actually happening. This moment became crucial in redefining my relationship with David. What was meant to be a gesture of reconciliation instead emphasized the deep divisions between us, setting the stage for a confrontation that would change everything. David's 50th birthday party was filled with a mix of cautious hope and celebration. Guests filled the beautifully decorated venue, but I felt nervous underneath my calm exterior. Everything had been arranged perfectly, the shiny silverware, flickering candles, and the soft chatter of familiar voices. It all looks lovely, Jessica. You've really outdone yourself, Aunt Maggie whispered, squeezing my hand for reassurance. Thanks, I just hope he appreciates it, I replied as time dragged on. Each minute felt longer as we waited for David to arrive. Finally, he arrived an hour late, visibly drunk, with Lisa and Michael by his side. The energy in the room shifted, and discomfort filled the air. Look at this place, Jessica sure knows how to throw a party when she wants to, David slurred, loud enough for nearby guests to hear. Lisa laughed awkwardly and glanced around. Yes, it's quite something. When I went to greet them, David leaned in, his breath smelling of alcohol. You really didn't have to do all this, kid, but it's nice, really nice. As dinner continued, an underlying tension grew. I watched David, Lisa, and Michael laughing together, sharing inside jokes that were often too loud. Guests exchanged uneasy looks, their polite smiles hiding their discomfort. When it was time for David to speak, the room quieted in anticipation. He clinked his glass and stood unsteadily. I want to thank everyone for coming tonight, especially my beautiful wife Lisa and my stepson Michael. They're my real family now. They make every day worth living. A murmur went through the crowd as my heart sank with every word. Then he added, and to my daughter Jessica, well, she's here too, always trying to make things right. But we all have our regrets, don't we? My biggest was probably saying, I do to her mother, wouldn't you agree? David's casual cruelty cut through the murmurs like a knife. My face burned as everyone turned to look at me with pity and shock. With my voice tight from emotion, I managed to say, is that really what you think, David? Oh, come on, lighten up. It's just a joke, he laughed, but the damage was done. The room fell silent, the festive mood shattered. Feeling a mix of anger and devastation, I made a quick decision. I think it's best if you leave, David. Please just go. David scoffed, fine. Come on, Lisa, Michael, let's go somewhere we're appreciated. As they left, whispers began, but amid the chaos, I felt a strange sense of relief. The evening ended not with the joy I hoped for, but with a clarity I didn't realize I needed. This birthday, meant to bring us closer, only confirmed the vast distance between us and marked the end of my attempts to bridge that gap. After the disastrous birthday party, the fallout was swift and harsh. My phone buzzed nonstop with messages from Lisa and Michael, each one more hurtful than the last. You embarrassed David in front of everyone. What kind of daughter does that? Lisa's message flashed across my screen, setting the tone for the blame and anger to follow. Nice job ruining Dad's 50th, Jessica. You really showed your true colors tonight, Michael added, his words like salt in an open wound. As the messages piled up, my resolve to maintain any connection with David and his new family started to crumble. The pain of his speech echoed in my mind, replaying during the quiet moments of the night. His jokes felt like deliberate jabs, undermining the fragile relationship we had. In the midst of this turmoil, David tried to reach out. His texts were a mix of awkward apologies and excuses. Jessica, I didn't mean it like that. You know I get stupid when I drink. Can we talk? Everyone says things they don't mean. Let's not let this ruin what we're trying to build. But what were we trying to build? His actions spoke louder than his half-hearted messages, revealing a truth I had always known but never fully accepted. Each message and attempted call pulled me deeper into a whirlpool of emotion. I longed for a family connection but also needed to protect my mental health. This internal battle was exhausting, leaving me drained and uncertain. One evening, sitting alone in my apartment with the weight of everything pressing down, I opened my journal and began to write. The words flowed out, messy and raw. Why do I keep doing this to myself? Why do I let him in only to be hurt again and again? That's when I realized that while the desire for familial love would always be part of me, it shouldn't come at the cost of my well-being. This realization was painful yet freeing. Deciding to take control, I responded to David with a finality that surprised even me. I need space. The things you said hurt more than you know. Maybe one day we can try again, but for now, I have to step back for my own good. Sending that message felt like closing a heavy door on a windy night, difficult but necessary. The immediate silence that followed was a relief, though the echoes of those hurtful words lingered. In the days that followed, I focused on healing and rebuilding the peace in my life that family chaos had disrupted. I spent time with friends who lifted me up, took long walks in the park, and rediscovered the joys of solitude and self-care. Slowly, my anger and pain began to fade, replaced by a cautious hope for a future on my own terms. In the weeks after my father's birthday, I decided to step back from David, Lisa, and Michael. While this choice was painful, it became the foundation of my journey towards self-reliance and personal growth. Detaching wasn't easy, it took conscious effort every day. At first, there were moments of doubt and loneliness, especially when my phone stayed silent in my small apartment. But I filled those silences with new activities that gradually transformed my life. I dove into my career, taking on new projects that excited me. The sense of accomplishment I felt at work boosted my confidence and spilled over into other areas of my life. I joined a local book club where I met people who shared my love for literature. One evening, my new friend Elena said, "It's so refreshing to discuss books with someone as insightful as you, Jessica." Her simple, sincere words highlighted the value of the connections I was building, connections based on mutual respect and shared interests, rather than family obligation. As the months went by, the pain of separating from my family faded into a dull ache, overshadowed by the vibrant new relationships I was creating. I learned to enjoy my own company, which made me more selective about who I spent my time with. With each passing day, I found peace in my independent life. Long walks became my meditation, and writing in my journal every evening helped me process my thoughts and emotions, turning chaotic whispers into coherent narratives. One evening, sitting in my favorite corner of my apartment with a cup of tea, I gazed out at the city lights. The bustling sounds outside brought a comforting realization: I was part of a larger world where I could make my own choices and shape my own destiny. I used to think being alone meant being lonely, I mused, but now I see it means being strong, content with who I am, and knowing what I want. The decision to distance myself from David and his family had been emotionally difficult, but it led me to a moment of clarity and contentment. I no longer felt tied to the painful dynamics of my past. Instead, I felt free to build a future that resonated with who I was and who I wanted to be. As I set down my tea and picked up a pen to jot down thoughts for a new project, a smile spread across my face. Embracing solitude had not only brought me peace, but also opened doors to new opportunities and experiences I never thought possible. Looking ahead, I felt excited about the chapters yet to be written in my life, confident that I was on a path of my own making. The peace I found in solitude was profound, a testament to the strength that comes from choosing oneself. I was eager to see where this newfound independence would lead me. As we conclude Jessica's journey of self-discovery and personal growth, it raises a thought-provoking question: is cutting ties with family members a valid option for protecting one's mental health? Or should family always be preserved, no matter the emotional cost? Please share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video if you found Jessica's story compelling, and subscribe to the channel for more stories like this. Your support helps us continue to share these narratives.
It was an early evening in mid-March. Snow mixed with rain fell from leaden grey clouds. Underfoot lay a semi-liquid, muddy mess, causing passers-by to slip now and then. Helen walked cautiously, carefully watching her step and choosing secure footing. She couldn't risk falling and breaking something, not with all her current problems. Helen was heading to the store. She had run out of potatoes, and fresh bread wouldn't hurt. She'd take a little bit of everything. Does she need much on her own? Before, Helen used to diet like all her colleagues and friends, and now she could afford an extra bun or candy, but she no longer enjoyed eating. In fact, since the diagnosis, Helen felt as if she didn't live, but merely existed. Headaches began to bother her almost as soon as she retired. Back then, the whole teacher staff had seen her off with honour and thank you speeches. Each colleague recalled how she had once helped them, listing her merits. It was pleasant, though a little awkward, touching to the point of tears. It was frightening to break away from the team and leave the school where she had worked for almost 40 years as a history teacher. and it took a long time for the new retiree to adjust to her new life. At first, she would wake up at 7 a.m., ready to prepare for work. Only then would she remember that she no longer needed to go to school. She felt as if she had fallen out of this life, relegated to its margins. "Don't talk nonsense," her old friend Robin replied to Helen's revelations. "When you retire, life is just beginning. Enjoy your well-deserved rest." Robin had been retired for a couple of years, but couldn't understand Helen's struggles. She had grown-up children and, most importantly, grandchildren, 5-year-old twins. The parents worked while the grandparents helped raise the kids, so Robin had something to live for, someone to care for. But how could she understand Helen's suffering? Helen had spent her whole life caring for other people's children, yet somehow it hadn't worked out with her own. She had tried many treatments, consulted a lot of doctors. It was easy to arrange because her husband Clark, as chief physician at the local regional clinic, had the connections to arrange consultations with any medical luminary. But nothing helped. The couple never had the baby they wanted. And what good parents they could have been, both Helen and her husband. How many children are there in the world whose parents don't need them? Helen had seen so many during her years at school, even in seemingly prosperous families where children were dressed like dolls. You could still spot those who lacked parental care and attention. Helen and Clark's child would have been bathed in tenderness and love. They could have made him happy, shown him life, raised him to be a kind, good person. But it remained just a dream. There was a period when Helen envied her friend Robin. Robin had a son and a daughter, a complete set, but she didn't fully appreciate her happiness, as often happens with fortunate people. She took this gift from heaven for granted, periodically complaining to Helen about her lazy son or spendthrift daughter. Of course, Helen realized that life was easier for her and Clark without children, compared to their friends with children. They could travel on a whim, or spend a whole day watching TV after a hard work week. No lessons, no children's clinics, no endless extra activities. And yet Helen suffered. She yearned to give love and affection to someone dear who needed it. And then somehow, she came to realize that every person has their own destiny. Helen's wasn't the worst, to tell the truth. She had a loving husband, a prosperous family, and a job she loved. That's what she gave her heart and soul to. At school, there were always children who needed her help. Helen saw them, tried to notice their problems, and support them in difficult situations. Some had no one else to lean on in life but her. They were so vulnerable, so defenseless. Helen still remembered her students' stories in great detail. Take Tom Martini, for example. Everyone had written him off. The headmaster himself had predicted prison in the near future for the young boy. Teachers refused to conduct lessons if the boy was in class. But all he needed was a heart-to-heart talk with someone who would understand and empathize with him. Helen turned out to be that person. Tom had problems at home. His father drank, took it out on the children, and beat his wife. Helen realized that Tom Martini would perish in such a family, so she used all her connections to arrange for the difficult but very intelligent boy to attend a boarding school. Education with accommodation and strict discipline did its job. Now Tom, once considered a future criminal at school, holds a senior position in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. He's married, happy and quite prosperous. He still doesn't forget to call his favourite teacher at least once a year to wish her a happy new year and thank her again for playing such an important role in his fate. Then there's Barbara Gantry, a quiet, shy girl who could barely speak at the blackboard. She studied for a weak C, which she earned for her quiet, unproblematic behaviour. Barbara was bullied by her classmates. She had a mild form of cerebral palsy, which made her stand out among her peers. She walked a little clumsily, and her face would occasionally cramp. Helen felt sorry for Barbara and began to pay attention to her. Once she got her talking, it turned out that Barbara was a deep and understanding person, a little sage. Barbara confided her secret to Helen. It turned out that the girl secretly wrote poems, but was too shy to show them to anyone. Helen helped the student believe in herself. She also introduced her to the local poet club. They appreciated the girl's talent from a professional point of view and took her under their wing. Now Barbara is the author of several books and the head of a literary circle at a local university. She has found herself and is no longer the quiet, huddled girl she once was. Barbara is a real star. However, there were not always such happy stories in Helen's life. It wasn't always possible to help a child. Take Annie, for example, a thin, tall girl with long hair the colour of ripe rye. A true beauty with light skin, bottomless blue eyes, and pleasant features. Annie, this young girl, had serious problems in her family. Annie's father had either died or run away many years ago. The girl didn't remember him. Since then, her mother had been dreaming of having a man in her life. She was a young and very striking woman who changed suitors like gloves. She followed them all over the country, dragging the child with her. Annie came to Helen's school in the 7th grade. It was the girl's 5th school. She never stayed anywhere longer than a year and a half, all because of her mother's craving for adventure. Annie's mother worked as a hairdresser, a profession easy to find in any city, often working unofficially from home. Annie had to move to this city because of her mother's new suitor. Helen noticed at once that Annie's home life was troubled. She had a keen eye and had seen such children before, sensing their misfortune. The teacher began to look more closely at the girl. Annie kept to herself. No one bullied or teased her, but she didn't socialize with anyone. She avoided talking to girls and tried not to participate in school events. The girl stayed late at school, sitting in the library, reading, doing homework, clearly delaying the moment of returning home. One day the parents' meeting unexpectedly dragged on, and when Helen left, it was nearly dark. She noticed a lonely, hunched figure in the schoolyard, looking sad even from behind. Helen approached. When the girl saw her, she was confused and embarrassed at first, but the teacher managed to get her talking. Annie spoke little at first, shy, but then slowly opened up and told Helen about her life. The teacher, who had seen and heard much, was horrified. Annie was fully convinced that her mother hated her. This woman, it turned out, had repeatedly blamed her daughter for her failures in her personal life, claiming that it was difficult to find a good man with a child, and Annie's mother attracted different men. There were indifferent ones who didn't notice the girl at all, and there were aggressive, irritable ones. The current boyfriend constantly nagged Annie. Everything she did was wrong, in his opinion. He also yelled at her mother, sometimes even raising his hands, especially when he drank. Annie didn't want to go home, which was why she stayed in the library all the time. When it was warm, she wandered the streets until night, or sat somewhere until the last minute, and then returned to her so-called stepfather's apartment because she had nowhere else to go. And the girl had to interact with an aggressive man and an eternally irritated mother. Annie thought that no one in her family needed her, that she only hindered everyone, that without her everything would be much better. The girl opened her soul to the teacher, and at that moment, tears were running down her cheeks. Helen hugged Annie, said something soothing, and felt angry at Annie's mother. That woman didn't appreciate the gift that fate had given her. Such a wonderful girl, beautiful, delicate, capable. She didn't study very well, but it wasn't surprising, given when she had no time for lessons, trying to get home only when everyone was already asleep, so as not to disturb her stepfather and mother, to avoid being scolded or even punished. Since that conversation, Helen became even more attentive to Annie, and a warm and trusting relationship developed between them. Sometimes the girl now went to her teacher's home after school. It was quiet and peaceful there, where she could prepare for classes. Annie even improved in her studies. Clark, Helen's husband, was shocked by the girl's story. He tried to help her in his own way. He even appealed to the guardianship authorities, thinking that maybe at least this institution would hold the negligent adults responsible and make them start taking care of the child. But after the inspection, it turned out that the family was quite well off. The apartment was renovated, the child had a separate sleeping place, and the refrigerator was full of food. Helen realized that Annie needed some hobby. Annie didn't write poetry, couldn't sing, and didn't want to dance. Needlework didn't appeal to her. Helen couldn't find something that would help Annie stand on her own feet, grow up to be a normal person, get stronger, become independent and self-sufficient. As time passed, Annie transformed from an angular teenager into a pretty young woman. Though she still had no friends among her classmates, she began socializing with students from the nearby college. Helen kept a watchful eye on her pupil, fearing that life's circumstances might lead her astray. The woman often spoke with Annie, warning her about the various dangers that await teenagers today. In essence, she was fulfilling an important role that Annie's mother had neglected. Annie would nod, promise not to do anything foolish, and always thank Helen for her concern. "You do more for me than my mother," Annie would sometimes say. "Nonsense," Helen would object. "Your mother feeds you, clothes you, provides for you." "But you warm my heart." Helen saw that Annie was reaching out to her, valuing her opinion. Yet she remained deeply worried about the girl. How could it be that at such a vulnerable age, Annie's only significant adult figure was her history teacher? It wasn't right. Then Annie vanished. The night before, she had visited Helen. Pleased by the visit, the teacher invited her to dinner. Annie dined with Helen and her husband, and they spent the evening talking and laughing. Nothing hinted at trouble. Just before leaving, Annie suddenly handed Helen a locket, an inexpensive but pretty piece of silver costume jewellery. "This is for you." "Thank you very much. It's lovely, but there's no special occasion." "Take it, anyway," Helen repeated gratefully. After Annie left, Helen realized the locket opened. Inside was a photograph of Annie, clearly taken recently. The girl smiled brightly at the camera, looking like a model. Beautiful. Helen cherished the gift, seeing it as a sign that Annie appreciated her care. A thoughtful, grateful teenager was a rarity these days. Yet this gesture struck her as strange and somewhat unsettling. The next day, Annie was gone. She didn't show up at school or at home. Her mother raised the alarm only late that night, accustomed to her daughter's late returns. But this time, it was clear something unusual had happened. As Annie was a minor, a search began immediately. There were many versions of the girl's fate, including the fact that she was the victim of some criminals. But Helen was certain Annie had simply run away, perhaps not alone. The girl must have known the night before that she was leaving, and the locket with the photo was her parting gift. Helen shared this detail with the investigator, but he dismissed her words. The prevailing theory at the time was kidnapping. Annie was never found. About a year later, her mother met a new partner and moved away with him. Like Helen, she believed her daughter was alive. "She probably ran off because she didn't want to study, and we were pushing her at home. She's found herself a boyfriend and is now enjoying her youth and freedom." Helen never heard about her student again, despite several attempts to uncover her fate. She often thought of Annie and kept the locket as a memento. It now resided in a jewellery box. Occasionally, Helen would take it out, open it, and gaze at Annie's cheerful, beautiful face. Where is this girl now? No longer a girl, but a grown woman. How has her life unfolded? Somehow, it seemed unlikely that Annie's escape had led to anything positive. How could such a story end well? Helen blamed herself for not stopping Annie that evening, for not inquiring more about her plans. After all, the unexpected gift had alarmed her, but the girl, she had seemed pleased then. Yes, happy. Helen had thought perhaps the girl's life was finally improving, so her eyes shone with joy, but things turned out differently. "You can't save everyone," Clark would reassure his wife, seeing how guilt tormented her. "I know for certain that even worse things happen in the hospital. Tragedy strikes, even when you've done everything to prevent it. There's nothing you can do. It's fate." Helen understood her husband was right, but she still agonized over thoughts of Annie. The uncertainty was the worst part. She desperately wanted to believe everything had turned out well for the girl, but it was self-deception. What good could come to a runaway teenager unwanted by her parents? Clark was Helen's beloved husband, best friend, and closest confidant. Intelligent and serious, strict and responsible at work, yet tender and kind to her. They had been together since they were 20, meeting at an amusement park as students and remaining inseparable until death parted them 7 years ago. Clark held a prominent position as chief physician of a regional hospital, a stressful, demanding job. He was loved and respected for his professionalism and integrity. Clark loved his work, and Helen understood this passion, sharing a similar dedication to her own career. Clark passed away at his workplace from a sudden heart attack. Despite being surrounded by doctors, they couldn't save him. Tragedy just happens, Clark had said once, and so it did. Having lost her dear husband, Helen fell into apathy. It was likely only her work that pulled her out of it. At school, even when she didn't feel like it, she had to persevere. Her pupils and colleagues distracted Helen, gradually bringing her back to life. And then she retired, and Helen felt utterly lonely and aimless. This was not how she had envisioned this chapter of her life. She had dreamed that she and Clark would travel. They had the means for it. Her husband, being prudent and responsible, had opened a savings account long ago. They had been saving for a happy retirement. But Helen's golden years turned out to be far from joyful. 2 years after retirement passed in a mode of adaptation to her new life. No more notebooks, school bells, reports, meetings in the principal's office, New Year's, corporate parties, or merry school holidays. Helen even considered buying a summer cottage to grow a vegetable garden, but soon realized she couldn't manage the plot alone. If Clark had been there, it would have been different. Instead, the woman transformed her living room into a veritable greenhouse. Flowers now adorned not only the windowsill but every corner. In Helen's personal home garden, there were even 2 potted dwarf spruces. She loved caring for plants. They, like children, needed attention and love. Helen paused to catch her breath. Such walks were becoming difficult for her. The insidious disease was making itself known. What would happen next? After all, the doctors had made it clear, miracles don't happen. Helen's condition would only worsen. How hard it was at such a moment to be without loved ones nearby. She had experienced headaches before, so at first she ignored the alarming symptoms. A headache would come, she'd take a pill, and everything would be fine again. Then came dizziness and nausea. The migraines became a daily occurrence. Finally, the elderly woman went to the hospital. She underwent all the necessary procedures. Tests, ultrasound, MRI. The attending physician's verdict sounded like a thunderclap. Tumour. Inoperable. Rapidly progressing. There's nothing we can do except relieve the pain. For this purpose, Helen was prescribed powerful drugs. "How much time do I have?" she asked, looking the doctor straight in the eyes. "Speak honestly and frankly. I have no one. I need to finish my affairs. I need to know how much time I have." "Well, that's hard to say. It depends on how the disease progresses. I'd estimate at least a year. At most, well, in your case, no more than 2 years. 2 years. Just 2 summers. 2 New Years. 2 birthdays. That was the best-case scenario. Only then did Helen realize how much she loved her life, albeit childless and lonely. She became afraid, truly scared. At first, she even had trouble sleeping, constantly thinking about the approaching end. A year passed. The final months of Helen's time on Earth were waning. She had grown accustomed to this thought. It no longer frightened her as much. She knew that when things became terrible, she would go to a hospice under the care of doctors. But she wanted to postpone that moment as long as possible because of her plants. Who would care for them in her absence? Lately, she especially appreciated life. She delighted in white clouds and warm sunshine. Even in the grey, leaden clouds now covering the sky, she imagined a special beauty, restrained and cold. Helen took a breath and walked on. Her path led her to the store, a supermarket farther from home she had chosen purposely. To reach it, she had to go through the park. The weather wasn't ideal for walking, and it was difficult for her to move around, but without this physical activity, her body might give up sooner than necessary. Doctors had recommended daily walks, so she walked. Helen chose rush hour, when people returning from work hurried past her. Some ran to the store, others to pick up their children from kindergarten. It was as if they all lived in a different time, hurrying and bustling. Helen could afford to walk at a leisurely pace and admire her surroundings. But a long time ago, like all these young people, she too had been in a rush. Suddenly, a hunched figure on a park bench caught Helen's attention. The sensitive woman immediately sensed this person was in trouble. She approached for a closer look. On the bench sat a very young woman, dark-eyed and raven-haired. Her clothes were old and cheap, but clean and tidy. In her arms she held a baby wrapped in a blanket, the kind used when discharging newborns from the hospital. She was rocking the bundle and crying, real tears streaming down her cheeks. No one noticed her distress. People rushed by, paying no attention to the girl on the bench. Even if someone glanced her way, they wouldn't have seen her tears. The stranger with the baby sat half-turned, her back to the main park path. She probably didn't want to be seen in such a state. Helen knew she couldn't leave. The girl looked to be in her early 20s. A baby in her arms? I can't leave her distressed, can I? The elderly woman hesitated to approach the stranger. It felt intrusive to pester people with questions. She wasn't sure how the girl would perceive her attention, but Helen saw no other option. "Hello," said the elderly woman, sitting down next to the girl. "Forgive my curiosity, but what has happened? Is there anything I can do to help?" The girl turned her tear-stained face toward Helen. Her piercing black eyes held a look of surprise. She clearly hadn't expected anyone to show sympathy. "Thank you," the girl replied politely. "But I don't think you can help me. I'm in a hopeless situation." "There's no such thing. There's always a way out. I'm telling you this from the height of my years. There's no such thing as a hopeless situation." Helen smiled warmly at her companion. "It happens. I'd tell you, but it's a long story and not very pleasant. You're in a hurry, aren't you?" "I have plenty of free time," Helen objected, "and I love all sorts of life stories. Oh, how I love them." "The daycare centre is closing at 6 p.m, so I've got another hour. If you've got time, listen." Erica was born in a Roma camp. From her earliest childhood, she noticed that she and her mother were treated differently from others. Disdainful looks, harsh words. For the same misdemeanours committed by other children from the gypsy camp, Erica was punished more severely. As she grew older, she realised why. Her mother was a stranger here, brought to the gypsy camp by Erica's father. They were both very young when they met by chance, and a strong feeling flared up, so intense that the young girl, almost a child herself, ran away with her beloved. Erica's grandmother, her father's mother, adored her granddaughter despite everything. Erica was the only girl among her grandchildren. "At last," the old woman said, "someone has been born to whom I can pass on my gift." Grandmother never took offence at Erica. They often talked during long walks in the meadows and forests where the gypsy camp stopped. Grandmother showed her granddaughter healing plants, told her about their power, and often held the girl's hand. During these moments, Erica felt a warmth flowing from her grandmother. The gypsies said this was how the old woman passed on her gift to the girl, bit by bit, although they were pissed off by the fact that the priceless gift was going to a stranger. Yes, Erica was called Stranger, despite having lived among these people since birth. Needless to say, the attitude toward the girl's mother was even colder. Erica remembered her mother as a beautiful woman, silent and indifferent to everything. Her father, who had lured her to the gypsy camp, quickly cooled towards his beloved. The pressure from the community played its role. He had long ago taken a new wife, who bore him 3 sons in quick succession. Erica and her mother lived with her grandmother. While the old woman loved and spent much time with her granddaughter, she treated Erica's mother more like a servant, wordless, submissive, indifferent to everything. At least the old gypsy woman didn't mistreat her daughter-in-law and protected her from others. Erica had always felt pity for her mother. Even as a small child, she realized that something had broken this beautiful young woman. Some external circumstances had rendered her weak-willed and indifferent. Her mother didn't even seem to care about her own daughter. She was always in a world of her own, like an enchanted princess. She performed her grandmother's errands robotically. She spoke little, only about necessities, and she never even hugged Erica. The girl longed to feel a mother's embrace, to see tenderness and love in her eyes, or at least interest. Grandmother didn't love Erica's mother. The girl sensed this, but she was the only person in the camp who sheltered her, providing food and clothes. The grandmother tried to cure Erica's mother's soul, to bring her back to a full life. Erica saw it with her own eyes. She gave the young woman decoctions and recited incomprehensible spells over her. The girl hoped desperately that it would work, but her mother remained the same, cold, distant, and indifferent. "I don't have the strength to cope with it," grandmother sometimes lamented. "Deep in her soul sits sorrow and longing. No one has ever loved her. It's terrible, you know? It cripples the soul. That's why your mum couldn't bear it." "But I love her," Erica exclaimed. "That's reassuring. Perhaps not all is lost yet." Grandmother also said she could see clearly. Her gift, when fully transferred to Erica, would blossom with renewed vigour. "You will be stronger than me," smiled the old woman, smoothing her granddaughter's long tar-black hair. "All these gypsies who don't accept you now will fawn over you. They'll beg you to save them or their children from various diseases. But don't waste your time on trifles. You can fix many things with herbs and potions. Only use the gift in truly serious cases. It's not a toy. You'll understand when you grow up." Then one day, when Erica was only 11, her mother suddenly fell ill. As quiet and detached as ever, she didn't complain about anything. She simply didn't get up from her mattress bed that morning. She lay there, pale and breathing heavily. Her grandmother grew worried. She took out her potions and old books and sent Erica outside. The girl sat near the wagon, leaning against its wall, praying fervently that her grandmother would save her mother. But some inner instinct told her it was futile. And so it proved. Erica sat outside for about 3 hours. Then her grandmother emerged. One look at the old woman's sad face told the girl everything. Her mother was gone. Erica took the loss hard. Yes, her mother had never shown any feelings for her daughter, but her mere presence had given Erica strength and energy. Moreover, hope had always lived in the girl's heart, hope that someday things would be different. That her mother would wake from her torpor, smile at her daughter, hug her, and a new life would begin, happy, bright and warm. Grandmother supported her granddaughter as best she could. Having lost her own mother early, she knew exactly what the child was going through. 2 years passed. Then one morning, the woman sat Erica down, warning her beforehand that they were going to have a serious conversation. "I had a dream today," the grandmother began. "An uneasy dream. I realized that I would soon be gone." "No, grandmother!" Erica exclaimed. After losing her mother, Erica's worst fear was losing her grandmother. She would then be all alone. Her father had forgotten her existence, living with his new family. The other Roma didn't accept Erica either. Only her grandmother truly loved her. Erica silently pleaded for her grandmother to stop saying such horrible things. "Erica, you must understand. This is the way it is. We can't change anything." "How will I manage without you?" Erica cried. "I know, honey. You're scared." Grandma stroked her granddaughter's head, looking at her with unspeakable sadness. It was evident that she didn't want to leave the girl without her support and protection. "Yes, I'm terrified." "You're only 13, still fragile and vulnerable. You've never been accepted here. Listen carefully. When I'm gone, leave our people or they'll turn you into a servant. Physical work will wear you out, so much that you'll lose your gift. And this gift must serve good people. It was given to you to save lives. So as soon as I'm gone, run. It's warm outside, and it's easy to reach town. Any nearby town will do. Ask people where to shelter or orphanage and go there yourself. They won't turn away a child. You'll be among strangers, but you'll be warm and fed. You'll grow up, get stronger, and then you'll figure things out on your own." Several days passed after that conversation. Erica kept watching her grandmother, looking for signs of illness, but she appeared as usual, vigorous, cheerful and brisk. The girl began to think that her grandmother might have been mistaken, or that the terrible event was still far off. But one morning, her grandmother didn't rise from her bed as always. Erica, already sensing what had happened, slowly approached her loved one to confirm her fears. She realized that her grandmother was no longer here, but somewhere very, very far away. Only her body remained. The girl sobbed loudly. She cried for a long time, her shoulders shuddering and twitching. Afterward, she felt a little better. Erica sat down on the floor near her grandmother's bed and thought hard. Grandma's gone, so it's time for me to leave. I'd better do it right now, before any of the adults find out and stop me." Erica understood that she wasn't loved here for being an outsider. Some people were even hostile toward her. The only thing that had kept people at bay was her grandmother, who held great authority among gypsies. That's why they had tolerated her granddaughter. And now Erica had no protector. So it was time to follow her grandmother's advice, to run away from the gypsy camp, wherever her path might lead. Erica knew the town wasn't far. Last night they had driven past a nice, cosy city. Erica had admired its lights, the towers and tall houses visible in the distance. It was a pleasant city, not a metropolis, but not a tiny town either. There would definitely be an orphanage there, probably more than one. That's where Erica should go. The girl quickly packed her few belongings in her backpack and left the camp without anyone noticing. For a long time she walked along the country road among the wide fields, making her way toward the city. The unknown was both frightening and healing. Longing for her grandmother squeezed her heart, and tears flowed down her cheeks from the abundance of emotions. She didn't even wipe them away. After all, no one could see. To herself, Erica seemed tiny, insignificant and weak. But she also knew that somewhere inside her resided a strong gift that wouldn't let her disappear and would help her in difficult situations. Finally, Erica reached the town. She asked people for directions to the orphanage, found it, opened the door, and asked to be escorted to the principal. The strict lady with glasses listened carefully to the girl's story. It was a pre-prepared tale that contained some truth. Erica said she was born and raised in the gypsy camp, but didn't specify that she was only half Romany. She explained that her parents had died, and the Romany people had turned her into a servant. She added that an adult widower had threatened to take her as a wife. Erica said she had run away from such a hard life, choosing her own path. She no longer wanted to live in the camp, but dreamed of studying and getting a profession. It was difficult, but somehow Erica was registered, and the necessary documents were made for her. The girl took a long time to adjust to her new life. Everything was different here. It was confusing. Beds instead of mattresses, clean linens, different clothes and food, and a strict daily routine with studies. Erica enjoyed studying. She had a lot of catching up to do, so she devoted much more time to lessons than her new friends. Slowly, through incredible effort, and with the support of her teachers, Erica caught up with her peers and even surpassed some of them. At first, Erica was treated as an outsider here too. Of course, her exotic appearance and unusual history set her apart, but it wasn't contempt and alienation like in the gypsy camp. Erica aroused interest. During her first few months in the orphanage, she had to tell her story dozens of times. She even became a local celebrity. Then life settled into a routine. Erica finished 9 grades, studied to become a commodity manager, and came of age. She left the orphanage and got a job, though not in her profession. She needed experience, but how could she get it as a recent graduate? She started working as a cashier at a supermarket. The pay wasn't bad, at least for the unspoiled Erica, it was enough. She felt quite happy and, most importantly, ordinary. Not a second-class person, as in the gypsy camp, but a full-fledged member of society. The girl now perceived her past life as a kind of fairy tale. Many of the things that had happened to her then seemed like fantasy or imagination. For example, the gift her grandmother had supposedly passed on to her. Time passed, and this supernatural ability didn't manifest itself in any way, so Erica thought she must have imagined it all. It simply wasn't real. One day, The supermarket where Erica worked began renovations. The employees had to supervise the workers in shifts. During one of her shifts, Erica met a handsome young man. He was tall, lean, and athletic, with blonde hair, light blue eyes, a beautiful tan, a warm gaze, and an open smile. This guy immediately showed interest in the young cashier, cheerfully winking at her. The girl smiled back, indicating that she didn't mind getting acquainted. She had been approached by young men before. Erica knew she had an interesting and striking appearance, but those encounters had never gone beyond a couple of dates. Those suitors had disappointed her. With Ray, however, everything was different. Somehow, at first sight, a strong and warm feeling began to blossom between them. Erica recognized it immediately. They dated for a short time. After a few dates, they decided to live together, in Erica's apartment. Ray wasn't local. He was born in a village to a poor family with many children. After 9th grade, he moved to the city, graduated from a construction school, and now worked at a construction site. He worked hard, earned money, and dreamed of owning his own house someday. Until then, he lived in rented accommodation. Ray immediately took over all the men's housework. He glued wallpaper, fixed the plumbing, straightened the long-skewed cornice, and repaired the closet. It turned out that he was also a great cook. In general, it seemed there was nothing Ray couldn't do. His life had taught him to learn everything. Together, they were good, warm and cozy. The young couple understood each other with half a word, and sometimes words weren't needed at all. Finally, Erica felt happy and loved. She hadn't even dreamed of such a relationship. Erica and Ray got married, and soon after the young wife realized she was pregnant. The joy of the future parents knew no bounds. They weren't afraid of the upcoming responsibilities. Everything was great. They had a roof over their heads and didn't worry about money, as Ray was earning well at his construction job. Their firstborn son, John, was named by Ray after his kind and hard-working grandfather. Barely a year and a half later, a daughter, Annie, joined the family, named by Erica after her mother. The concerns about the kids and household chores pleased and fascinated Erica. She enjoyed her role as wife and mother. Yes, sometimes it wasn't easy, but it was all for the sake of her loved ones. Her reliable, caring Ray, and John and Annie, so cute and funny. When the kids started kindergarten, things got a little easier because Erica returned to work. The couple had ambitious plans. They dreamed of buying their own apartment and then maybe even considering a house. Then Erica realized she was expecting a baby again. This time, she was afraid. They hadn't planned to become a large family so soon, and the timing wasn't ideal. Ray supported her, reassuring her that everything would be fine. "I'll just work harder, that's all. The construction site is full of opportunities to earn extra. Don't worry about anything." Tragedy struck when Erica was in her 8th month, with little time left until the birth of their baby daughter. That morning she didn't want to let her husband go to work. A vague premonition of trouble nagged at her. Erica dismissed the bad thoughts, attributing them to her condition and the approaching labour. Ray, as always, kissed his wife before leaving and wished her a good day. 2 hours later, Erica received the terrible news. Ray had been crushed by a concrete block at the construction site. He couldn't be saved. Erica sobbed, howling like a wounded animal. Thankfully, the children were at kindergarten, allowing her to give vent to her feelings. She cursed fate for treating her so cruelly once again. She called out for Ray and suddenly felt his presence. Inexplicably, she realized he was there, seeing her, wanting to comfort her, but unable to, and it pained him. Erica pulled herself together and said aloud that she loved Ray very much, knowing she'd never have the chance to be heard by him again. She added that she understood perfectly well. She needed to be strong and brave now, for the sake of their children. "Don't worry about us. I can handle it," And Erica tried. She tried very hard to be strong, although sometimes it was unbearable. The stress triggered early labour. The children had to be left with neighbours. Where else could they go? Initially, Ray was supposed to take time off while Erica was in the hospital, but fate had other plans. The girl was born small but strong and viable. Erica named her Mia, as Ray had wanted. The young woman was left with 3 small children, without any support. She applied for all possible benefits, but there still wasn't enough money. The children grew quickly, constantly needing new clothes and shoes, and they were often sick. They had to spend enormous sums at pharmacies. But what choice did she have? Health came first. With money extremely tight, Erica took a step that seemed like a fatal mistake. She took out a loan. The desperately needed money was in hand instantly. Erica bought food, medicines, and updated the children's wardrobe, but the sum had to be repaid with high interest. At first, Erica paid the debt faithfully, but then the children fell ill again. She had to pay a fortune for treatment and missed a payment. As a result, the debt, together with late payment penalty, began to grow at a furious rate. It was a common scheme. Erica wasn't the only one who fell for it. Soon, the young woman began to be harassed by debt collectors. Erica couldn't work. Mia was too young to be left alone, even for a couple of hours to clean the building entrance, for example. Eventually, Erica was unable to pay the rent and ended up on the street. Erica clutched her head with desperation. Her neighbours advised her to register at a special shelter, where she could live for about 3 months. That's the time people are given to find a job and get their lives on track. But what kind of job could Erica find? Who would hire a woman with 3 children, one of whom was a baby? And how could she work if she couldn't leave little Mia with anyone, and the older ones were sick and couldn't attend kindergarten? Well, that's my whole story, Erica concluded, looking at Helen. My stay at the social centre expires in a week. I couldn't find a job or an apartment with little Mia in my arms, of course. And now what? Gasped the former teacher. Erica's story was incredible, in some places even resembling a fairy tale. But this wasn't a movie. This was real life, and a young woman with 3 kids really had nowhere to go. How terrifying! And now the children will be taken away to an orphanage. They'll grow up like me, within state walls, with a living mother who's too insignificant to provide them with normal living conditions. Saying this, Erica cried again, quietly, imperceptibly. But Helen saw everything and understood perfectly well the young woman's desperate situation. Tell you what, the old lady said decisively, come stay at my place. It was a strange, risky proposition to invite a strange family to her home. Helen knew her neighbours and acquaintances would condemn her, but she didn't care. Erica and her children needed help. If she didn't lend a hand now, the kids would go to an orphanage and their mother would end up on the street. 4 broken destinies. And Helen had the means to save them. She lived alone in a 3-room apartment, and she would do it. Erica didn't believe her ears at first. And your relatives? Won't they be against it? I have no one. Helen put her hand on Erica's shoulder. Let's go to the kindergarten to get your little ones. Then we'll go to the store. We need to buy something for dinner. I have guests now. Helen grew happier every day about that chance meeting with the young woman in the park. Erica turned out to be a very pleasant and friendly person, hard-working, grateful, sensitive. And her children, Helen's heart melted with tenderness when she watched them. Serious, thorough John, chatty Annie, chubby-cheeked and clear-eyed Mia. Helen baked them pancakes and pies, read fairy tales to the kids, and felt like a grandmother. The feeling was so pleasant that words couldn't describe it. Helen and Erica often had heartfelt conversations. They both needed it. Warmth, care, attention, absence of the feeling of total loneliness and needlessness. Completely strange people, became truly dear to each other in just a few weeks. Helen had periodic seizures, so she had to tell Erica about her diagnosis. If only I had that gift, Erica shook her head bitterly. As time passed, Helen's condition worsened. It was natural, and doctors had warned that it would happen. It was time to move to the hospice, under the care of the medics. Helen had taken care of Erica in advance, giving her own apartment to her. Robin, Helen's friend, directly called her a fool when she learned of her deed. "What? You signed over your apartment to some gypsy woman with many children? Are you crazy?" "She'll kill you to get her hands on the apartment. She'll poison you or something else." But Helen was sure about Erica. You can't fake that kind of sincerity, and the elderly woman knew people well. Erica was genuinely attached to her and terrified of losing her. The hospice was quiet, calm, cosy. Friendly doctors, high doses of medicines to control pain and attacks. Helen lay as if in a half-sleep all the time. Her head was light, her soul was calm. Erica often visited her, put her palm on her forehead, looked attentively into her eyes. After she left, Helen felt lighter, more cheerful somehow, and stronger. Probably from the feeling that someone needed her, someone who wasn't worried about her, but cared for her. Several weeks passed, and Helen, to her surprise, felt better. She even had strength. On a walk in the hospice garden, she again admired the flowers, the bright blue sky, enjoying this farewell gift of fate to the full. She might not have another such improvement in her condition. The tests, strangely enough, had gotten better too. The doctors were surprised, but said that this rarely happens. The disease sometimes lulls before a decisive blow. Helen suddenly wanted to go home again, to see Erica and her children, to breathe in the familiar scent of her apartment, to take something to remember her by. A locket, the one Annie had given her years ago, a memento with a history. It would be good to have it with her, here in the hospice, as a reminder of home, of her past life. Helen asked for and received the doctor's permission to go home. She called a cab and went. It was wonderful. She had never thought that she would ever leave the hospice alive. It wasn't recovery, of course, not getting rid of the disease, but it was still a miracle. Helen smiled. What happiness it was not to feel pain, to be able to go wherever her heart desired. She felt strength in her legs and arms, and a pleasant lightness in her whole body. Helen opened the door with her own key. The apartment was quiet and empty. Everything was clear. Erica and Mia were out for a walk. The kids were at daycare. Helen walked through the rooms, touched her favourite things. A rocking chair, a teddy bear that Clark had once won for her in a shooting gallery, a soft plaid. There was a nightstand with a drawer where jewellery lay. Helen wasn't interested in expensive chains and rings. She came for that very medallion. The old woman found the right thing, opened the locket, admired Annie's cheerful face. Where was she now? Then the sound of a key turning in the lock was heard. Erica had returned. Helen hurried to meet her. "Are you home?" Erica gasped. She sat Mia in a brightly coloured romper right on the floor, took off her shoes, and approached Helen. Erica's eyes read joy and surprise. "Yes, I feel better. They let me come home for a while." "Feel better?" Erica smiled. "Really? Did it really work out?" "What did?" Helen didn't understand. "It's my gift, you know? I was worried about you. I didn't want to lose another loved one. I've had enough loss in my life as it is. I even cried when the kids weren't looking. Then one day, I had a dream. My grandmother appeared. She sternly reprimanded me, saying I should stop crying and that it was time for my gift to awaken. She also said she had arranged our meeting, and it had cost her a lot of effort. It would all be for nothing if I didn't save you. And I did it. I awakened my power. I think grandmother helped too. Helen blinked in confusion. What a thing! Is it really true? Then she remembered how light she felt after each visit from Erica, how hot her hands were. Not just hot, but almost red hot. Helen had thought at the time that she was imagining it because of her illness. What do the doctors say? Asked Erica, not seeming to fully believe in this miracle herself. Well, they said the tests have improved, but it could just be the calm before the storm. There won't be any storm. Erica smiled broadly, then hugged Helen tightly. The storm is cancelled. My gift has awakened. It awakened so I can save you, you know? I can't believe it. You'll see. Everything will be all right now. Erica wrung her hands with excessive emotion. Her coal-black eyes shone with joy. Little Mia didn't understand anything, but she realized something good was happening, and she too was smiling like her mother. Oh, and what's that in your hands? Erica finally turned her attention to the medallion. What an interesting thing. I can feel it has some special energy, warm and good. It was a gift from a student of mine, a former student, of course. It was a long time ago. Helen still couldn't digest what Erica had said. Now she wanted to live more than ever. She had Erica and the little ones who loved and needed her so much. She wanted to see them grow up, to support them on their difficult life path. Life is so challenging. People need help, support, understanding, and love. Meanwhile, Erica was fiddling with the locket. Something about it caught her eye. Finally, she hooked the lid with her fingernail, and there was a surprised gasp. That's my mum, the woman finally said, pointing to Annie's photo. She's younger here, but it's definitely her. I recognize her. It can't be. Helen had not yet recovered from one shock, and here was another. It doesn't happen that easily. It does, it turns out. It's definitely Mum. Her eyes, her lips, her nose. I remember her face in great detail. What was your mum's name? Annie. I named my eldest daughter after her. Well, of course. How could I not have guessed that? And my student's name was Annie. She disappeared when she was a teenager. I didn't help her. I didn't realize it in time. She ran away to the gypsy camp with my father and then gave birth to me. Unbelievable. I couldn't help Annie, but I helped her daughter. And you in turn, saved me? All this was yet to be fully realized. But at that very moment, Helen was somehow finally convinced that the disease had receded, and that she now had a family again. The capricious April sun was quickly hidden by swift-moving clouds. The increasing wind dampened the mood of those who had ventured out for a walk on their day off. These included elderly couples, groups of mothers with strollers, and schoolchildren enjoying their carefree break in the parks. Only 8-year-old Alex was not upset by the wind at all. In fact, it inspired him. After dreaming about a kite for many weeks, he finally managed to gather the necessary things and create one with his own hands. Therefore, he welcomed the windy weather. The kite, which he had obtained with great difficulty, danced high above his head in the middle of the residential area. Alex watched it with delight-filled eyes until he accidentally let go of the rope. The wind immediately seized the delicate toy, and whisked it away over the houses. "Stop!" Alex shouted in frustration, chasing after it in the hopes of retrieving his kite unscathed. But the toy, as if guided by an unseen hand, swooped right into an open window on the second floor of a grand house. A curious blonde-haired boy's head popped out from there a few seconds later, and then the window was abruptly shut. Alex froze in shock. Had he just lost his only toy? "Hey, that's my kite!" Alex protested, but his words fell on deaf ears. His disappointment knew no bounds. He had put so much time and effort into creating the toy, harboured so many expectations, that losing it was literally unbearable. Alex was already facing misfortune in his life at every turn, and he didn't want to put up with another injustice. His mother, Norma, had died a few years prior. It was unthinkable that a woman of just 29 could succumb to heart failure, that a cardiac attack could take her life. For the past 4 years, Alex had lived with his stepfather, Tom. Tom was far from the ideal family man due to his chronic alcoholism. He barely paid attention to Alex and did not consider it his responsibility to raise him. His sole concern was the drinks. And his cruelty ran so deep that he forced Alex to beg on the streets for money, primarily to fuel his alcohol addiction. After Norma's death, Tom was unable to find the strength to overcome the tragedy. Even during Norma's life, he had been associating with harmful friends, and her death removed any remaining self-restraint. "You're an ungrateful brat," Alex's stepfather used to grumble. "Where is your gratitude? I'm raising you, feeding you, and all you do is quarrel with me." Tom never hit Alex, but that was only because he usually couldn't catch him. The boy tried to stay out of Tom's sight, wandering the streets until nightfall, then quietly sneaking into bed to sleep. He didn't read or write much. At first the neighbours helped the orphan by feeding him, sharing clothes, and taking him to lessons. But soon their own concerns took precedence. Alex was upset to tears and wanted his kite back. He had made it with his own hands. It was his property. Sniffling, he mustered all his courage and knocked on the door of the large wealthy house. Alex was upset when no one initially responded to his knock. He was certain he had seen a boy who was now hiding within the walls of his lavish home. That boy wanted to keep Alex's kite, and Alex was not going to let that happen. A few minutes later, a young woman responded. She was modestly dressed in a dark blue turtleneck and a long skirt of the same colour. Her face showed no signs of kindness. She appeared both tired and unfriendly. "What do you want?" she asked sternly. "Are you one of those beggars? How many times are you going to beg? You're becoming so audacious that you've started going door to door. Leave, we have nothing. And tell your friends not to come here again, and stay away from our neighbourhood. I can't stand such vagrants." "You're mistaken," Alex stated firmly. "I didn't come to beg. I came to retrieve my belongings. My kite flew into the window of this house on the second floor. I saw the boy who lives here take it. Despite being a wealthy household, you take other people's things. That's not fair." "There's no kite here. Go look for it in the street," Sarah protested, not trusting the word of a stranger's child. "And stop distracting decent people from their work. If you've got nothing to do, remember, normal people are working. Now, leave, and don't loiter here any more." "But I know you have it. Aren't you ashamed to lie as an adult? My mum always told me it's a sin to take someone else's stuff. Don't you know that?" Sarah's face soured even more at Alex's words. She felt insulted by the accusation from some insignificant beggar claiming she did something immoral. "Get out! If you keep loitering here, I'll call the police. I know kids like you. Are you trying to distract me,
while your thieving friends scout the place to rob the house? You're not welcome here. Get out!"
Before Sarah could slam the door in Alex's face, another woman's voice reached him. "Sarah, who's there? Why are you keeping someone at the doorstep for so long?" Sarah lowered her gaze and stepped back. A pretty blonde woman in a simple yet obviously expensive house dress appeared before Alex. "Who do we have here?" Willa Jacobson looked at Alex, giving him an affectionate smile. Sarah explained why the boy had knocked on their door, and Willa shrugged. "All right, I'll ask my son and bring you your kite if we have it. Wait in the hallway." The women exchanged tense looks. It was clear that Sarah didn't like the mistress of the house, though she tried to hide her feelings. Meanwhile, Willa's appearance left Alex stunned. He was speechless at the sight of her face and couldn't say a word about the purpose of his visit. The thing was that Willa looked exactly like his deceased mother. He realized it immediately but couldn't utter a word. His throat felt tight, his lips trembled, but wouldn't open to let out a single word. Alex only remembered his mother from photographs. Her image in his memory was blurred. He didn't remember her voice, only the words she repeated to him, hoping he would absorb them. Only the photo album, which Alex often looked at, reminded him of the only person who always needed him in this world. Willa had already turned to go to her son's room when Alex, in front of a shocked Sarah, shouted, "Mum!" and ran after her. "Stop!" Sarah shouted, chasing after the boy. "Stop immediately!" "Mummy! Mummy!" Alex clung to Willa's waist. Overwhelmed, Willa gently stroked the boy's hair. "I'm sorry, sweetheart, but I'm not your mum. I don't know where she is, but it's definitely not me. Calm down." Willa stood still, allowing Alex to cry. Despite his dirty and abandoned appearance, she felt a deep pity for him. Her own son, Peter, was the same age. The thought of her son suffering like this poor boy was unbearable. When Alex calmed down, Willa asked for his story. The woman didn't know whether to believe him, but she couldn't abandon the boy in the harsh weather. During their conversation, it had begun to rain heavily outside, creating rivers in the streets. "I'll take you home when the rain stops. Meanwhile, stay with us. I'll introduce you to my son," Willa said, smiling. "Sarah will show you the bathroom. Make sure to wash your hands with soap and water before we have dinner." "Do you believe me?" Alex asked Willa with a hopeful tone in his voice as she rose from the couch. "About my mum? I have pictures. I can prove it." "We'll deal with that later, but for now, let's eat, shall we?" Peter was only a year older than Alex. Despite his family's wealth and the array of toys his doting parents showered him with, he treated his new friend without any prejudice. "You really made this kite by yourself?" Peter exclaimed in disbelief, looking at the wind-torn cardboard kite. "Wow!" "Of course I did," Alex responded proudly. "I saw it in a magazine page that was lying on the street. I've been dreaming of making a kite ever since. I can teach you if you like." But Peter bitterly complained that his father wouldn't let him handle dangerous things like a hammer or nails. "My dad and I make crafts for school, but they don't always trust me with scissors," the boy confessed. Both Sarah and Willa watched the children from a distance. The presence of a poor boy in the house clearly displeased the nurse. She had a distaste for the poor, considering them lazy and undeserving of sympathy. She believed that those who were jobless had chosen their lot in life. The fact that Alex was not responsible for his circumstances did not concern the haughty woman. Willa was unsure of how to handle the situation. She was against any violence against children, both emotional and physical. From what Alex had shared, she understood that his stepfather
was not known for his kindness. "Did you let that beggar stay in our house?" Neil, Willa's husband, indignantly asked over the phone. "You don't need to react like this," Willa calmly responded to Neil. "The boy is not bad. He doesn't appear to be a thief, and he wasn't eyeing our house as if looking for something to steal." "But can you be sure of that? And you let him stay overnight under the same roof as our son? Did you consider Peter's safety?" Neil continued anxiously. "Darling, calm down. Don't be so dramatic. I'll look after Alex." Sarah was helping me during the day. The boys quickly found common ground. I couldn't separate them. They're in bed now. Peter's bored. He doesn't have many friends, and the personal interaction at his age is crucial, explained Willa. "He's harmless, I'm sure. Besides, our home security system is reliable. No one can enter our house at night, if that's what you're worried about. I couldn't just turn him away in this weather and send him back to his family." "What do you suggest then?" Neil responded tiredly. "Should we keep him? Honey, you can't worry about every mistreated child in this world. You have your own family, and he's just less fortunate." After the conversation with her husband, Willa felt a lingering unease. She understood his concerns, but couldn't ignore the boy's story. Since Alex mentioned the photos of his mother, she felt compelled to verify their resemblance. In general, Neil often went away on business trips, and in his absence, Willa solved all the problems on her own without asking permission. Sarah stayed with Peter at any time when Willa needed to leave urgently. The thing was that Willa was the heiress of a huge fortune and ran the company together with her father. He gave his daughter almost all his powers, and such a job required a huge commitment from her. But despite their professional employment, Willa and Neil tried to give Peter his every free minute. Their son was desirable. He was loved, pampered, cared for and enjoyed. Let the boy from an early age had everything an ordinary child could dream of. He was not capricious and not rude to his parents. Peter loved his family very much and lived with gratitude for what he was given. "Wow! How did you manage to build it so quickly?" Peter exclaimed, marvelling at how Alex had built a Lego tower in just a few minutes, despite never having played with it before. The boy had a clear talent for crafts. Every project he attempted was a success. "I don't know. It just happens," a bashful Alex replied. "I have to watch videos on the internet," Peter responded sadly. "Why don't we build together? You can do it too." The next day after breakfast, Willa had to persuade her son to stay home with Sarah. She didn't want to take Peter to talk to Tom, fearing his unpredictable behaviour due to alcohol. "Mum, promise that we'll see each other again?" Peter asked. "Okay, I promise." Willa smiled, kissed her son goodbye and said, "I know you liked him." The closer Alex got to his family home, the more anxious he became. "Are you scared?" Willa asked, stroking his hair. "I'm with you. Nothing bad will happen, I promise." It had been a long time since the boy had heard such affectionate words and encouragement. He barely remembered his mother, but Willa seemed to him like her reincarnation, an angel who had returned to him from heaven. Alex was fearful of his stepfather's reaction to him not sleeping at home. Tom didn't care about his stepson, but found his absence inappropriate. As soon as Alex appeared on the threshold of the house, Tom, who had not yet sobered up, came out to meet him with unsteady steps. "Where have you been, little brat? You ran off without warning. Are you all grown up now?" The unkempt man growled menacingly. But suddenly Willa appeared before the boy, saying, "Please, stay calm. Alex is just a child. He's scared by such behaviour." "Oh my goodness," Tom exclaimed when he got a close look at the strange woman. and recognised the spitting image of his late wife before him. "Don't come near me! Get away!" he shouted, curling up in a corner. Willa approached the man, who was visibly terrified. "Relax, I'm not a ghost. My name is Willa. Yesterday Alex mistook me for his mother. He promised to show me a photo, which is why I'm here. I wanted to see if I truly resemble your late wife." Tom, embarrassed by his earlier panic, regained his composure. He was used to appearing stern and intimidating, but he had lost control in front of a stranger. "Nobody invited you here," he declared. "Get out of my house. There's nothing I want to show you." "Don't yell at me," Willa, unafraid of the drunkard's loud voice, retorted quietly. "If you get out of control, I'll call the police. You can't intimidate me, and you won't harm Alex again, or else you'll regret it, be certain of that. And by the way, isn't this Alex's mother's house? He has a right to bring guests here." Luckily, Tom decided against escalating the conflict. He slumped into a rickety armchair and dozed off, while Alex quickly found an old photo album and showed it to Willa. "Amazing!" The woman looked at Norma's photo with amazement and couldn't believe her eyes. Even at a young age, they were strikingly similar. Not exactly like twins, but they could easily be mistaken for sisters. "Do you believe me now?" Alex asked, noticing the impact of the photos. "You're right. I've never seen anything like this before." Willa realised that her resemblance to the late Norma couldn't be a mere coincidence. There could be only a handful of people on the planet who looked so much like her, but in the same city? Willa couldn't determine the appropriate conclusion, so she decided to ponder everything calmly at home. "Alex, how would you feel about living with me and Peter for a while? I'm not sure how I'm related to your mum yet, but it's something we need to figure out." "With overnight stays?" wondered the boy. He didn't believe in the fairy tales that children loved because he feared getting too attached to kind people. Life had already taken his mother from him, left him with his stepfather and forced him to beg. Alex did not want to hope in vain. "With overnight stays," Willa confirmed. "I can't promise more yet, but you need to live here. I don't know how this will end, but you certainly won't live with your stepfather. He's incapable of caring for you. If necessary, I'll contact the guardianship authorities, and they'll find you a good family. But that's a last resort." Alex didn't want to go to an orphanage or to another family, but he also didn't want to stay with Tom. Instead, he enjoyed spending time with Willa and Peter. At home, his new friend welcomed him with joyous shouts. The boys immediately retreated to a makeshift house made of chairs and blankets, where they spent the day in their own world. "Mrs. Jacobson, will you really let him stay?" Sarah asked, disdainfully wrinkling her nose. "This is my house and my decision. I don't need your opinions," Willa retorted, and went to her office to catch up on the paperwork she had been putting off. Willa was certain that Peter would enjoy Alex's company. Peter was a diligent pupil, involved in various activities, but his shyness hindered his social interactions. Alex's life was less guarded, but he was more vivacious, sagacious, so he could help to loosen up his new friend. After his first week at Willa's house, Alex had mixed feelings. Willa treated him as she did her own son. For the first time in years, he enjoyed delicious meals, had plenty of toys, and received care. He even had new clothes. Willa tutored him, noticing his strength in math, but struggle with reading. The only downside was the presence of Sarah, whose oppressive demeanour cast a dark shadow over him. He could not understand why he was subjected to such treatment. "Pack all the toys immediately," Sarah would hiss at him, taking pleasure in yanking his ears. "I'll teach you gratitude. You're not the Lord here. Clean up after yourself." "Let go, it hurts," Alex would whimper, but Sarah seemed to revel in his discomfort. She never missed a chance to chastise him behind Willa's back, treating Peter quite differently. She never raised her voice at Peter, forced him to do anything, nor demanded gratitude from him. However, despite Sarah's resentment towards him, Alex still enjoyed living with Peter and Willa. Recently, Willa found it tough to concentrate on her work. As her thoughts revolved around Alex and Norma, she started to investigate who the boy's late mother might have been and what could link them. "Just be careful," Neil, who was away on business, warned her. "Don't trust everything you hear. Verify everything. I don't want you to put yourself in danger. I'll come and help you as soon as I can."
"Thanks, honey," Willa replied, a smile in her voice. "I miss you a lot. My head is spinning from all this," she admitted to the person who always respected her viewpoint, even when he didn't agree with it. "I'll update you as soon as I find out anything." First, Willa decided to delve into her past. Looking for answers to her tormenting questions, she visited her parents. They moved to the country, quiet cottage village after gifting their house to their daughter Willa when she got married. This peaceful environment and the shared hobby of gardening helped them to live calmly.
"Daughter, what's wrong?" Fabrizio asked, perplexed by her serious look. "Your call scared your mother and me."
"Dad, I need to have an important conversation with you. Let me explain everything." After learning why she had come, the elderly couple was stunned. Evelyn covered her face with her hands, hiding her tears and shame, while Fabrizio looked guilty. "Well, why are you silent? I'm already all on edge, and you're adding to my worries," Willa exclaimed, upset. She had just realized that her parents had kept a secret from her for years. "Oh, daughter, forgive us. We should have told you everything earlier," Evelyn replied, wiping her face with a handkerchief. "Your father and I struggled for a long time without children. We were going to adopt the child, but then one day Fabrizio learned that the wife of his acquaintance had recently given birth to twins. The girls were nearly identical. Times were hard and the woman was poor. She didn't know how to raise 2 children at once. That's why Helena agreed to let us take one. She gave you to us and swore she'd never tell anyone about it. That's how she got Norma, and we got you." Initially, Willa silently regarded her parents. She looked into her father's eyes as if searching for confirmation. Finally, she realized that her mother had told her the truth. She wasn't their biological child, although she had never doubted their familial bond. "So you just bought me? You traded me for something? That's crime," Willa said in disbelief. "Yes, we offered her financial help. She couldn't handle 2 young daughters because of her own family problems. Her husband had left her pregnant. Plus, in such case, she could be sure that you would grow up in good conditions." She continued to converse with her parents, absorbing every word. However, neither Fabrizio nor Evelyn heard from Norma's family again, nor did they reappear seeking help. The families lived their separate lives. Willa understood one thing. She is responsible for Alex now. She once had a sister, her only blood relative, and now she only had Alex. She would not return him to his stepfather, nor leave him in an orphanage. Such options were unthinkable. Willa accepted him as her second son and had no intention of letting him go. She wasn't short of money, and she had enough love for a second child. She would manage with everything. "Well, guys," Willa announced to the children upon returning from the cottage village, "it turns out that Norma and I are sisters, and you are all real blood relatives.
Can you believe what an unpredictable fate? It brought us all together." "It's all because of the kite," Alex interjected. "If it hadn't flown into your window, we would never have met." "Exactly," Willa laughed. "Now we'll all live together. When my husband returns, we'll discuss adoption, and I'll start collecting the necessary documents. So, Alex, congratulations. You are now part of our family." Willa opened her arms to the boy, and he immediately embraced her. "Thank you, thank you," he repeated through tears. He felt loved, appreciated, and cherished once again. Sarah, however, was disturbed by the changes taking place in the mansion. She was not really a nanny, but was acting on the orders of Fabrizio's old rivals. She was sent to bring chaos and harm to the family. For several months, Sarah had been working at Neil and Willa's house to gain their trust. She did not particularly like children, but she carried out her duties flawlessly. Peter's parents had no complaints about her, although the boy himself often felt her coldness. Sarah had free rein in the luxurious house, including access to Neil's office, desk and safe. She would often sneak in to gather information and pass it along. This behaviour posed a threat to the family business, yet Willa didn't know it yet. Sarah's second plan, however, would have excited the lady of the house much more. She intended to seduce Neil, breaking up the family and causing turmoil in the couple's relationship. But so far she could not compromise the decent man, who was often travelling and did not pay the slightest attention to the strict but attractive nanny of her son. But Sarah was not to be underestimated. She had a trump card. Alex, who had been living in Willa's house for the first week, had quickly settled in and made himself comfortable. But Neil's return from a business trip unsettled the boy. The owner of the house was not pleased about the new kin and often reproached his wife for her haste. "Did you even take him to the clinic for a checkup? Who knows what he may have picked up living in his old house? You told me yourself how unsanitary it was." Neil was growing increasingly agitated. "Of course, I looked after my nephew's health, and I don't want to discuss this any further. Alex's family, and I will never abandon him, whether you approve or not," Willa responded firmly. Neil understood that arguing with her was futile. He was cautious around the boy, offering minimal attention, despite recognizing that Alex posed no threat to his family. "Your dad doesn't like me," Alex expressed sadly. "He's a good man, I know. My dad has never hurt me. He loves me, Mum, and he'll love you too. He might seem stern, but he's not. He'll adjust. Just wait and see." As time passed, the stringent Neil began to soften. He was spotted more frequently, spending time with the boys. He would transform into a child himself, racing around the house playing hide-and-seek, kicking a ball in the yard, and participating in archery contests, using a plastic bow with silicon-tipped arrows. "You've tortured me, guys. I need some rest," Neil exclaimed, collapsing onto the living room couch. "Dad, get up, we haven't finished the game yet," Peter urged, tugging on his arm. "Give me 5 minutes," Neil panted, trying to catch his breath. Alex was no longer afraid of his new uncle, but he noticed something the others did not: Sarah's duplicity. She was often rude to him when they were alone, but he never complained to Willa or Neil. They already had enough to worry about. However, around Neil, Sarah always changed. She became pleasant and accommodating, presenting herself as vulnerable and always ready to help. She seemed offering an understanding that Neil didn't always find with Willa. Alex had noticed Sarah frequently visiting his uncle's study during his absence. One day, the boy dared to peek through the keyhole. He saw Sarah rifling through Neil's desk, examining and photographing the contents of some folders. Upon witnessing Sarah in Neil's office again, Alex immediately rushed to inform Willa. "Aunt Willa," he burst into the room where his aunt was engrossed in paperwork. "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" "Sarah was going through Uncle Neil's desk. I saw it with my own eyes, I swear," Alex exclaimed. "Really?" Willa found it hard to believe. She had never observed such behaviour from Sarah before. After all, Sarah's role was to look after the children, not to be in the study. "It's not the first time. She's always in there, taking photographs." Willa became serious. Initially she thought Alex was letting his imagination run wild, but his statement now concerned her. "Sarah has been working for us for a long time, and we trust her. There's no need to slander a person," Willa said sternly. Alex immediately fell silent. He wasn't believed and didn't know how to prove his point. When Neil returned from his business trip, he gathered everyone at home in one room. "Someone has been going through my desk. I don't know who it was, but the papers are not in order. Nothing's missing, but I don't like it. Peter, I've told you many times not to go into my study. It's not a playground or an entertainment space. Children shouldn't be in there." "I didn't," the son blurted out immediately. Willa and Alex exchanged glances at that moment. "Sarah's been in there a few times," Alex stated, causing anger and confusion to flash across the nanny's face. "And I told you that boy would be nothing but trouble," the woman retorted calmly, not making any excuses but attempting to counter Alex's accusation with her authority. "All of them. They come from the streets, thieves and beggars. You know his past life. He has a history of stealing and begging for money on the streets. I've seen it in my previous job." Neil looked at his nephew with doubt. Even though he had accepted the fact that he and his wife now had to raise two sons, he was not going to tolerate stealing. "Is it true? Did you enter my study?" Alex began to shake. He did not know how to justify himself. After all, he had no proof. Sarah had skillfully deflected suspicion away from herself and was now looking down at the child with gloating. "I have nothing to do with it. I'm not a fool. I don't want to go to an orphanage. I have enough of everything. I wouldn't sneak into anywhere." Alex spoke confidently, but his eyes were already filled with tears. "That's enough." Willa stood up for her nephew. "If it is not known exactly who was in the office, it is not worth pressuring the child." She walked up to Alex and pulled him close. He had gone soft, felt her pity, and hid his face behind his aunt. But Neil was not going to let the situation go. When the spouses were in their bedroom, he immediately began a conversation, not hiding his discontent. "I do not trust him. I know you stand up for him, but after all, he partly lived on the street. We don't know how he was brought up, what his moral principles are. He can be a bad influence on our son." Willa crossed her arms over her chest, rejecting her husband's viewpoint. "You've been home for almost a month. Tell me, has Alex seemed immoral, violent, or restless to you? No, you know very well he's incapable of such behaviour. In fact, he told me about the situation himself. Last week, he said he saw Sarah going through your papers." "No way," Neil recoiled. He could have fabricated this story a long time ago. Maybe he's framing Sarah as a part of his plan. "I don't even want to hear it. Alex is innocent, and I won't reprimand him without cause," Willa retorted, heading to bed in a foul mood. She would never betray Alex or entertain her husband's suspicions. Neil didn't know the boy well enough to judge him, but Willa would never believe her nephew capable of dishonesty. To clear Alex's name and reveal the true culprit, she decided to install a hidden camera in her husband's study. Willa kept her plan a secret, not even informing Neil. She herself began to suspect Sarah, noticing the woman intentionally avoided the ill-fated office. Taking advantage of Neil's absence, Willa decided it was time to catch the thief. "Sarah, please feed the boys when they return from school. I'll be gone for 4 hours at the most. Don't give them any sweets. Alex already has allergies." "Of course, Mrs. Jacobson," Sarah replied, glad to have the house all to herself. Lately, she had to be careful and remain unfazed when people gave her strange looks. She wanted to get back at Alex, but she couldn't. If she took her anger out on the boy, everyone would discover her true identity. Willa sat in her car parked behind the house, watching her phone screen. It displayed images from the cameras installed in Neil's study. Not long after Willa got comfortable, Sarah showed up. On the phone screen it was clear that Sarah stealthily entered the room and calmly examined the documents left on the desk. She took a picture of them and then opened the desk drawer she had rummaged through before. Willa had persuaded Neil against installing locks on the drawers. If they were harder to access, Sarah would stop visiting the study, but Willa was keen on catching her. Now, Willa had the evidence she needed to imprison Sarah and find out who was spying on her family. If it weren't for Alex's attentiveness, they could have suffered huge losses. To scare the thief, Willa hurried back into the house and quietly came to her husband's study. At this moment, she encountered Sarah emerging from the room. "I caught you red-handed," Willa said, struggling to hold back her anger. "I was watching you, and now you can't get away with it." Sarah quickly composed herself, returning to her arrogant demeanour. "So what? I didn't steal anything. You can't prove anything." "Leave my house now. We'll take legal action. You won't get away with this. Don't you dare come near my children again." "I'll leave," Sarah smirked, seizing the last chance to hurt Willa. "But your Neil is going with me. Expecting a baby. We've been together for 6 months, and you, poor fool, had no clue." Willa was so furious she nearly lunged at Sarah, who laughed, pleased with her own cruel joke. "I better leave before you become violent. I need to protect our baby." Willa felt as if she had been drenched in ice-cold water. The news about the baby left her dumbfounded. Sarah rushed to leave the house. She was acutely aware of the danger she was in. Meanwhile, Willa was consumed by a singular concern. Impossible. Neil would never. I would have noticed. These thoughts churned in Willa's mind, causing a wave of nausea. It seemed unthinkable, yet she couldn't dismiss the possibility. With trembling hands, she dialed her husband's number. "Did something happen between you and Sarah?" she demanded. "Willa, what? What are you talking about? Why does your voice sound odd?" Neil responded, clearly confused. "You and Sarah, were you together or not?" Willa persisted. "Of course not. Why would you ask that?" Neil replied, laughing, but Willa didn't share his humour. "Get home now. We need to talk," Willa said firmly, unwilling to discuss this matter over the phone. While waiting for her husband, she struggled to reconcile the idea of Neil being unfaithful. She couldn't believe she had been deceived for months. Neil had never given her a reason to be jealous before. Their relationship had always been one of strength and honesty. They had faced many challenges together, but infidelity had never been one of them. Willa had never shown interest in other men, and her friends reassured her that Neil only had eyes for her. She had never questioned Neil's loyalty. taking it as a given. They had weathered many storms together, not just as spouses and lovers, but as friends. Neil indefinitely postponed all business and hurried to the airport. He didn't understand why Willa had questioned him. He tried to reach Sarah, but she didn't answer the phone, leaving him in the dark. Neil arrived home when the boys had already finished their homework and were preoccupied with their game console. There was nothing to stop the adults from having their discussion. "Willa!" Neil exclaimed when he saw his wife's condition. "What's wrong? You look so pale." He attempted to caress Willa's cheek, but she turned away.
"I know it's not true. You wouldn't betray me, but Sarah said she was pregnant with your child," Willa sobbed. "God, please tell me she's wrong. I want to believe you, but it hurts so much."
"What did she say? Is she out of her mind?" Neil asked in disbelief. "Why did she say that? What was Sarah trying to achieve? I had never viewed my son's nanny in that way. I love you, my lawful wife. I didn't need a replacement." "You realise she's lying, right? You caught her stealing, and she decided to sting you. She wanted to hurt you and get revenge," he explained to Willa. "I love only you, and have only been with you. I don't want any other woman. We don't even know if she's truly pregnant or just making it up. We need to find out who she works for. Willa, honey, believe me, I only want you. I value our family. You're everything to me." Willa had needed to hear these words from her husband. She broke down in his arms, crying like a child. She had been distressed for hours, but now she felt relieved. No matter what Sarah was planning, they would resolve it together and not let a liar ruin their marriage. But Willa's hopes were dashed when Sarah's pregnancy was confirmed. This revelation significantly changed her relationship with Neil. "How many times must I tell you that I'm not involved?" Neil defended himself. "I'm not the father of her child. If you like, we make a DNA test. That's easy." "Of course I want to," Willa responded immediately. "I do, but we can't do it until after the baby is born. I can't bear it. God!" "So you don't believe me after all?" The husband exhaled tiredly. He was exhausted from defending his reputation. There was neither proof of his guilt nor evidence of his innocence. "You're turning into a paranoid. If you love me, you'll believe me right away. But you believe some crook who stole our documents?" Willa realised that her husband was right. He had never betrayed her trust before, but now she was ready to believe the words of a criminal. She couldn't endure a few more months living with her husband under the same roof. "I can't play happy families with you until this whole nightmare is over. I can't embrace you. I don't trust you anymore. Only a test can calm me down," Willa confessed. "And I can't stay under the same roof with you, or I'll go crazy. We're going to my parents' house with the kids tonight." No, stay here. All the boys' things are here. I'll leave. But that's not an admission of guilt, Willa. I'm hurt that you can think I'm capable of treason. When the results come out, then we'll talk." No matter how tough Neil tried to appear, Willa's distrust hit his self-esteem hard. He tried to track down Sarah to demand answers from her, but she seemed to have vanished. With no one else to vent his anger on, the man began to blame himself. He thought that all this could have been avoided if he had spent more time at home, if he had treated Alex better and believed his words. Overwhelmed by hatred and guilt, Neil began to drown his sorrows in alcohol. His appearances at the company office became less frequent as he delegated his duties to his deputies. It became increasingly difficult to catch him sober or to expect sound professional advice. "Do you not communicate with Neil at all?" her mother asked Willa gently. No, replied Willa. He drinks, and I don't want anything to do with it. Daughter, you're making a big mistake, Evelyn said, placing her hands on Willa's shoulders and kissing her forehead. Let go of your anger and listen to your heart. The boys miss him. I don't have time for Neil. He's neglected the company and I can't handle it alone. Daddy helps a bit, but he's been out of the game for a long time. Neil was in charge of the deals, and now I don't know what to do, Willa said, waving her hands in frustration, on the verge of tears. Whoever was behind Sarah, they had achieved what they wanted and brought discord into the family. Evelyn understood the difficulties her stubborn daughter faced. She and Fabrizio had raised her to be independent and business-minded, but sometimes this worked against her. However, Willa needed her mother's advice and decided to follow her heart, trust Neil, and seek the truth in her situation. She hired a private detective and immersed herself in work, anxiously awaiting the investigation's results. Bradford visited her after the first week of work. So soon? Willa asked, surprised as she let him in. They weren't very good at hiding. Your enemy is serious but foolish, Bradford smirked. The whole family gathered to hear the detective's report. Fabrizio and Evelyn could barely sit still. Your business enemy is Gary Slezak. I don't know a Gary, but I am familiar with a Ben Slezak, Fabrizio said, seated comfortably. He worked for me for a long time before you were born, the man said to his daughter. Correct. Gary is his nephew. Ben held a grudge after being fired. He believed he was let go unfairly, not due to his work but for personal reasons. Well, we were on good terms, but Ben always made me uneasy. He seemed to be a bit of a rotten man, Fabrizio added. And then it was confirmed. Evelyn nodded, gripping her spouse's hand. She knew she had to disclose another secret. Fabrizio fired him for abandoning his pregnant wife Helena, who was expecting twins. Can you believe it? They weren't certain, but that's what the doctors suspected. I assumed if he isn't devoted to his family, he wouldn't be loyal to his superiors, Willa's father said. Wait, Helena? My birth mother? Willa immediately frowned. Yes, dear, that's her. Out of compassion, we took you from her. It was a decision that benefited everyone, Evelyn confirmed. Bradford glanced around at the gathered individuals and continued his tale. In retaliation, Ben opened his own company and slowly started to attract clients. The growth was slow but steady, showing no signs of failure. Ben then changed, wanting to return to Helena and his family, but she refused to have anything to do with him after his leaving her. He started drinking, quickly spiralling downwards. He lived a solitary life for several years and died alone. His company was then inherited by Gary. Is he stirring up all this water? Willa asked. Are we related? Does he know about it? Unlikely, Bradford shrugged, but it's possible to find out. No need. I'll do it myself. Willa stopped him. Thank you for your work. It's much clearer now. In an attempt to save her marriage and business, Willa decided to write to Sarah and arrange a meeting with her at any cost. She was the only link between her and Gary. For a fair price, she could reveal a lot of interesting information about him. However, as soon as she contacted her former nanny, Sarah burst into tears. That jerk abandoned me like unwanted garbage. It's in their blood. They're all liars, cried the distraught pregnant woman. He left me. How could I fall for that? Sarah, wait. Who left you? Gary, Sarah drawled, glad someone was willing to listen. Willa's heart skipped a beat. Apparently, Sarah was pregnant with Gary's child, so there was nothing to connect her with Neil. No matter how much she wanted to triumph now, Willa decided to give Sarah the comfort of pulling out more information about Gary. "He had no right to do that to you. He has to pay for everything," Willa kept saying, knowing that a vindictive woman like Sarah would not simply accept her fate, but would seek revenge. "I will not let him live in peace. I'll tear his soul out." Sarah spat out curses, but Willa suggested a simpler way. "Let's get the IRS on him. You must know a lot about what he's doing. Send an anonymous tip." Things were improving. Neil's name was cleared, and Gary was escorted out of the firm's building in handcuffs 2 days later. All documents and electronic media were seized for inspection. Willa visited Gary in the pre-trial detention centre and revealed that they were siblings. "We could have united and become the most influential in the central region, but you ruined everything." "Uncle didn't tell me anything and I didn't know," replied a clearly puzzled man, but his regret didn't change anything. The man should have faced the law. Meanwhile, Willa worried that her husband would be cold and aloof during their meeting. Yet when they saw each other, knowing the truth was out, both rushed forward with open arms. "Forgive me for everything. I beg you," Willa repeated as Neil held her close, spinning in the air. "I'll never leave you again." "God, I missed you so much. Where are the kids? I want to hug them." "They're at my parents'," Willa laughed heartily. "I'm sorry for not trusting you. I shouldn't have pushed you away. We could have worked it out together." "I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have given up. You tackled the firm and the kids and unravelled the situation, while I just wallowed in self-pity and drank all the time." "It must have been a test of our strength," suggested Willa, not letting go of her husband's hand. "Let's go get the kids. I can't wait to see them." Neil and Willa spent a long time discussing what had happened. They vowed to each other that they would never hide from problems or take offence without evidence. They were confident they could now face any challenge together. "Quiet, he's still asleep," Peter whispered, peeking into Alex's room and put a finger to his lips. "We need to light all the candles." Neil began to light each of the 9 candles on the birthday chocolate cake Willa was holding. The family entered the room of the sleeping birthday boy, singing a joyful birthday song. "Happy birthday, son." Neil stroked Alex's hair and kissed his cheek. "Happy birthday, little brother," shouted Peter, pointing at the cake. "Hurry up and make a wish." "I already have everything I want," Alex said, his eyes welling up with tears. "I have a real family. I love you all very much. Although, if we were to have a little sister, I wouldn't say no." He blew out the candles and, smiling, winked at Willa. The beach was relatively empty at this time. Most vacationers were still asleep in their rooms after the previous night's extended festivities. The sea, too, seemed to be resting from tourists, lazily lapping at the yellow sand and pebbles with its waves. "Hey, beautiful, looking for a job by any chance? Come to work to my food truck. You'll never go hungry, and you'll have money in your pocket," called out a man to Missy. "No thanks, I'll keep looking." Missy smiled and walked on. She noticed job vacancy announcements here and there. There was no need to rush her choice. Work was plentiful. The main thing was to find something that suited her taste and brought moral satisfaction. Missy didn't want to stand at a hot stove around the clock. It wasn't that she disliked the proposed work. Having been a nurse in the recent past, she found it quite acceptable, no worse than anything else. The issue was something else entirely. For some time now, Missy had been fainting involuntarily. She'd be walking down the street when suddenly dizziness would overtake her, and that was it. Passers-by would fuss around her, splashing water on her face and calling for an ambulance.
Even the doctors couldn't explain what was happening to her. These episodes occurred no more than once a month, sometimes with intervals extending to 2 months, and had been ongoing for about 3 years since her husband's tragic death. The doctors attributed it to stress from her loss and advised her to be careful. What if something like that were to happen in that cafe? No, it was too risky. Missy had already walked up and down the beach, but hadn't found anything definite. Disappointed, she was about to turn back when she overheard 2 men talking. Though dressed for the beach, Missy couldn't help but notice their weighty gold chains, bracelets, and massive rings. However, it wasn't their appearance that caught Missy's attention, but their conversation.
What are we to do with her now? She doesn't want to see anyone. No matter how many times we've tried, no matter how many caregivers we've hired, it's useless. She's worn everyone out, began one of them in a thick, resonant bass. Well, let's put her in a nursing home and be done with it, the second one snorted indignantly. Missy wrinkled her nose, mentally sympathizing with the unknown woman they seemed eager to abandon so callously. No, we can't do that. She's our relative. If we put her in a home for the elderly, we can kiss the inheritance goodbye. You know, Auntie's been stashing away profits from the restaurant business for years, the first man unhappily exclaimed. I agree. So what should we do? Where can we find her a suitable nurse? We need someone who can help us with our plan, his interlocutor asked. Standing a few meters away, Missy grasped the situation. These impudent relatives didn't want to deal with an elderly woman and were scheming to get rid of her as quickly as possible. She hadn't meant to eavesdrop. It was purely accidental. After all, it wasn't her fault these wealthy men were speaking so loudly, was it? On the other hand, what if she were to offer her services? After all, she was a nurse, albeit a former one. Mustering her courage, Missy approached them. Excuse me, I couldn't help overhearing part of your conversation. Do you really need a nurse? The rich man looked at the stranger in amazement. Her skin was fair, almost milky white, though her nose had already caught some sun. Clearly a tourist. That's right, miss. We desperately need a nurse, but one with experience. Someone understanding and level-headed. The older-looking man began. And what do you mean by level-headed? Missy inquired. The other man wrinkled his nose. What does it mean? It means the nurse should be stress-resistant. Our Aunt Meredith loves stirring up drama. Either way, why are you asking? Missy lowered her eyes bashfully, as if suddenly fascinated by the grains of sand beneath her feet. She replied quietly, I need a job. I'm a nurse. Well, a former nurse. But I can work as a caregiver. The rich man grinned happily. Well, why didn't you say so right away, instead of beating around the bush? If you need a job, what's the problem? I'll give you the address, and you're welcome there. Hold on, before you start handing out address. We need to clarify everything up front, his companion reprimanded gruffly. Fine, ask away, but don't complain later if we lose another nurse. Go ahead. What would you like to know? Missy asked, trying to ease the tension. The second rich man eyed her suspiciously. Listen, beautiful, why are you here on the coast? The sea is understandable, but be honest. Did you do something wrong back home? Eh? Come clean. She blushed furiously, but answered nonetheless. Well, you could say that. I fought with the head of the department, went against him. Thought I'd get the truth, but I got nothing but a dismissal. Well, these things happen. What about your husband? He won't mind? You'll have to live at our aunt's place, you know. The younger rich man continued, his tone softening slightly. My husband? He's been dead for 3 years now. He was a sailor, 6 months at sea on a fishing boat. Got caught in a storm and part of the crew was never found. Just wreckage washed ashore.
I don't mind living in your aunt's house, but I have 3 children. The eldest is 8, and the youngest are 4 and 5, Missy replied without hesitation. The wealthy man pondered her words. On one hand, they were satisfied with everything, but on the other, 3 children seemed like a lot of burden. However, what choice did they have? There was no alternative anyway.
All right, we agree. Having you with the little ones isn't a problem. There's a guest house on the grounds for emergencies. Here's the address. I'm Mark and this is my brother Robert. Our last name is Carnarvon. Have you heard of it? Your ward's name is Meredith Carnarvon. Come tomorrow at 8 o'clock and bring the kids. It'll be easier that way. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. If anything, the police station is just a short walk away.
I'm not afraid. It's a deal. I'll definitely come tomorrow, Missy replied. The brothers exchanged meaningful smirks, said a curt goodbye, and headed toward the paid parking lot where their luxury SUV, black as a raven's wing, was parked. Missy watched them leave, then smiled and hurried away from the beach, which she had grown weary of. Only now did she realize that resting and working on the seashore were entirely different experiences. Some people relax in the sun and get a bronze tan, while others provide that very vacation, selling flavoured corn, cocktails, sweets and ice cream, cleaning the beach at day's end and collecting deck chairs, doing everything to ensure vacationers' comfort during the holiday season. On her way to the rented house, Missy found herself deep in thought. How are my children doing now? Are they awake? Do they like the new place? After all, we talked so much about the sea. Miss's mood improved so much that she bought herself an ice cream, sat down on a bench, and let her mind wander. Her thoughts drifted smoothly backward, bringing her to the moment when, under the pressure of life's circumstances, she boarded the bus with her children and set off for the sea. "Mum, how long will it take us to get there?" 8-year-old Tom, the eldest, asked quietly. Missy looked at the restless boy with a smile. His brother and sister had long since fallen asleep, but he remained steadfast, afraid to miss the long-awaited sea. "You should get some sleep, son. The road is long. You must be exhausted." Tom frowned. "No, Mum, I don't want to. I'd rather wait. I'm not a kid." "Oh, who would argue? You're as stubborn as your father," Missy remarked with feigned seriousness. At the mention of his father, Tom immediately grew sad. "I don't remember him well, Mum, only from photos." "Well, the important thing is that you remember him at all," Missy said, wiping away a tear. The scenery outside the window became increasingly picturesque, and the proximity of the sea was palpable in the air wafting through the open windows of the bus. "We've finally arrived," Missy breathed a sigh of relief as she caught sight of the coast. The trip hadn't been easy for her, especially considering all the events that had preceded it, including her dismissal and the scandal in the department for the seriously ill. Missy had long been prepared for the possibility of losing her job, but how else could she react when faced with daily lies and injustice? Not from the patients, of course, but from the enterprising head of the department, Dr. Ralston. She had grown accustomed to his schemes, with paid wards and improved services for the wealthy. After all, what's wrong with affluent people wanting to provide their relatives with luxury class care and treatment? Especially Dr. Ralston treated everyone equally. Well, almost equally, to be precise. The treatment plan for a homeless person differed little from that prescribed for a relative of an influential businessman. The only difference lay in the surroundings. The homeless man's ward had painted walls and a whitewashed ceiling, while the wealthy patient enjoyed a cosy space with a comfortable bed, equipped with an orthopedic mattress, TV and Wi-Fi. There was even an air conditioner, which was turned on during particularly hot days. All might have been tolerable, but in his quest for wealth, Dr. Ralston crossed a line. he began targeting lonely people with incurable diseases for the purpose of manipulating them. His motive was singular, to be named in their wills, inheriting houses, villas, and even ordinary garages. Nothing was beneath the clever Dr. Ralston. A dilapidated house in the village, worth mere pennies? No problem. After all, it came with a plot of land for construction, access to the river, and proximity to the forest. It should be noted that Dr. Ralston never engaged in outright crime. He didn't force or coerce anyone. According to the doctor's own words, he simply helped lonely sick people make the right choice. The unfortunate elderly no longer had to puzzle over whom to leave their one-room apartment to in the suburbs. Dr. Ralston was right there, in all his glory. What better heir? One need only specify his name in the will, and everything would fall into place. Missy had long tolerated that, but finally decided to catch him in the act using her smartphone camera. She couldn't afford expensive equipment like hidden cameras. How could she? A widow with 3 children, living in a small house belonging to her husband's parents, with a mother-in-law who looked at her like a wolf and blamed her for her son's death. So Missy hid her old phone in the ward, positioning it to capture video. Her colleague Chloe had asked her not to do it, hinting at possible problems for the entire department, but Missy didn't listen and proceeded with her plan. She recorded the entire conversation between the head of the department and another lonely grandmother who owned a cottage in the village. She recorded it, hid the phone in her purse, and went to talk to Dr. Ralston. He appreciated her heartfelt impulses and even offered her a share. "Missy, what aren't you satisfied with? What's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable in the department? Who gave you money for your husband's funeral? Who gives presents to children on New Year's Eve? That's right, me. If you're short of money, tell me. I'll give you a couple of clients to get their inheritance. But you'll have to try hard. Press on the pity of old people. Shed a tear." Missy turned pale. "What's money got to do with it? I won't cheat misfortunate people. Remember that. And don't scare me. I have evidence." Dr. Ralston visibly perked up at the nurse's words. "Evidence, you say? Well, well, show me what you have there that's so interesting." "A video of you persuading our patient to make a will for you. But I'm not going to show it to you. I'm showing it to the head doctor." The head of the department smiled nervously. "Go ahead, but don't miscalculate. My offer isn't retroactive, and you won't be able to take it back." "I don't want to take it back. I just want to stop this injustice at its root," Missy replied sharply. The doctor gave the nurse a hateful look and reached for the office phone, while Missy hurried to the chief of the clinic to show the recording. The director listened patiently, then asked to see the video. That's when Missy faced a real fiasco. For some unknown reason, the recording had been erased. The nurse was ready to swear that the phone had been filming in real time. Who had deleted the recording? "After everything you've told me, the doors of our clinic are closed to you. I won't tolerate slander, and I don't intend to forgive you," sneered the director of the clinic, making it clear that her time was up. Missy cried hysterically, trying to understand who had set her up. Then it dawned on her. Her colleague Chloe had been having an affair with Dr. Ralston for about a month, despite he is married with 2 young children. Chloe must have taken a moment to erase Miss's phone recording. "Oh, why didn't I take it with me? Was I afraid that Dr. Ralston would snatch it in anger? How stupid of me." After dismissal, Missy realised she couldn't live like this anymore. How long could she endure her mother-in-law's nagging, constantly hinting that Missy should vacate her apartment? The woman conveniently forgot that she herself had given this apartment to the newlyweds on their wedding day, Now she has changed her priorities, showing no concern or good attitude for Missy or her grandchildren. Missy endured for a long time, but after her mother-in-law threatened to deprive her of parental rights, she decided to leave the city, once and for all, for the sea, where there were beaches, seagulls, sun and sand. Missy shook her head, banishing all unpleasant thoughts. On the next bus seats, Charlene and Carl slept sweetly, unaware that their journey had come to its end. Fortunately, Missy had already arranged housing, agreeing to rent a small, shabby house on the outskirt of the town, but not too far away from the sea. The location was well chosen, near a bus stop and a short walk from the sea. When the bus stopped, Charlene and Carl immediately woke up and tried to help their mother, though there wasn't much they could do with suitcases twice their size. Tom, the eldest, helped his mother pull one of them, feeling like a real man. Missy smiled, but didn't comment on her son's actions. A helper and protector was growing up. She was happy. Seeing the house where she and her children would live, Missy couldn't hold back a disappointed sigh. It looked different from the photo, bigger and more respectable. But it was truly close to the sea, she couldn't argue with that. "Mum, is this a hobbit's house?" Charlene asked. "No, this will be our house now," answered Missy, quickening her step. The landlady, Mrs. Powers, turned out to be a pleasant woman of about 70, with kind grey eyes and a network of deep wrinkles on her forehead and cheeks. However, this didn't mar her appearance. On the contrary, it made her look like a nice sorceress from a fairy tale, minus the magic wand and pointy hat. "Here's your house. It's not a penthouse, of course, but it's livable. I don't charge a deposit. Rent is due on the 1st of every month," Mrs. Powers began. Missy nodded, then quietly asked, "Would it be difficult for you to look after my children sometimes? Just keep an eye on them. Not for free, of course. They're well behaved." The woman smiled. "I'll keep an eye on them, don't worry. My daughter moved across the country to be with her fiancé, and my son, well, he took the wrong path. Theft, drinking. He's in prison now." "Thank you, Mrs. Powers. You'll be a great help." Missy was pleased and immediately added, "Tell me, how's the work situation here? In general, is there anything worth looking into?" "Work? Oh, my dear, there's plenty here. It's mostly sea-related, and not for everyone, but you can always earn your daily bread. In summer, that's for sure," replied the elderly woman. Missy thanked her and went to unpack and settle in. Her children followed obediently, eager to get into a warm bed. They had a whole folding sofa at their disposal. They were going to sleep on it and watch rainbow dreams. First, Missy bathed and put the kids to bed. Then she took care of herself. She showered and made fragrant tea. Mrs. Powers had given it to her. It was herbal, collected by the landlady herself, and tasted incredible. Mrs. Thoughts focused solely on job hunting. Though she was a nurse by profession, now she didn't really want to connect her life with medicine. Remembering her dishonourable dismissal made her heart ache. But Missy truly wasn't to blame. Still, there was no point in justifying herself now. It was in the past. Her first night in the new place, Missy barely slept. How could she, when she didn't know what the day would bring? The unknown is always frightening, especially when you're raising 3 kids alone. Oh, if only Ryan were around now. After tossing and turning on the creaking bed until dawn, Missy quietly got up and went to the kitchen. She quickly brewed coffee and made her kids' favourite sandwiches with cheese and butter. She poured tea into a thermos and sliced a couple of apples for a snack. Leaving the house, Missy left a note for her eldest son Tom, saying she'd be back in 2 or 3 hours. Missy and her children had never been to the sea. They had no idea what it was like. The fresh, slightly brackish air, the gentle, sometimes intense sun, the beaches, catamarans, deck chairs and crowds of vacationers. Wasn't it like a fairy tale? At that that moment, as if wanting to cheer up the sleeping young nurse, the sun gently touched her cheeks with its rays, making her smile and open her eyes briefly. It turned out that Missy, who had been awake all night, had dozed off sitting on the bench. Oh, what vivid and marvellous memories came to me in my sleep, as if someone had pressed the rewind button, bringing me back to the past. But there was almost nothing left of the ice cream Missy had been clutching. A large ginger cat, sitting next to her, had licked it up. Missy was left with only memories and a piece of waffle cone in her fingers. What a glutton you are! Though sea cats are all so brazen, Missy jokingly scolded it. The cat purred in response, then jumped off the bench and sauntered away with the lazy gait of a well-fed pet, heading towards the nearest houses. His owners likely lived nearby, and the cat came to the beach to scavenge. Here an ice cream, there a piece of pie. Its life was sweet. Missy smiled and headed home, though she couldn't recall the tiny, shabby house home. Well, no matter. It seems tomorrow we'll move to another place, where that patient, Meredith Carnarvon, lives. Entering the house, Missy immediately ran into Mrs. Powers. Well, did you find a job? I did, Mrs. Powers. I start tomorrow. We'll have to move out, but please keep the house for us, just in case. I'll pay for it, Missy replied with a smile. The landlady raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wow, where are you going? And where in our town do they give you a job with accommodation? They do, Mrs. Powers. I can hardly believe it myself. I'm going to be a nurse for Meredith Carnarvon. Do you happen to know her? Missy asked. Mrs. Powers frowned. Of course I know her. Quite well, in fact. Queen of local restaurants and cafes. But now she's retired. No kids. Her husband died 10 years ago, and now Grace is in charge of her business. She's a manager, a real hottie. Married twice, and 3 years ago she snagged a guy and quickly got pregnant by him. I guess so he wouldn't leave. So, beware of this Grace. She's a very crafty lady, I tell you. Thank you, Mrs. Powers. I'll keep that in mind, Missy answered discreetly. The landlady paused, then added, And be careful with her nephews, too. Poor fellows. Their aunt's inheritance is driving them crazy. But Meredith's not stupid. She's bequeathed all her savings to orphanages and hospitals. That's why they're angry. They're trying to get to their aunt so she'll rewrite her will. Wow, Mrs. Powers, you know so much. I can hardly wrap my head around it, Missy marvelled. Well, what did you expect? It's a small town. Everyone knows everything about everyone else. By the way, if you need help moving, please let me know. I'll ask my former student, Spencer, who works as a cab driver. A sweet smile played on Miss's lips. I'll definitely ask him. I'll need his help tomorrow morning. I don't know the city at all. The older woman nodded. That's right, Spencer, my former pupil. I worked in the orphanage for 40 years. Spencer used to be a civil aviation pilot, flying helicopters. Once he made a difficult flight in a storm, but on the way back to base, he crashed in a farmer's field. His partner managed to parachute out, but Spencer was badly hurt. He limps now and became a cab driver to make ends meet. Missy nodded respectfully. Well, that's quite a story. Is there any way to get rid of the limp? Or is it all over now? Mrs. Powers brushed away a tear. Yes, it's possible, probably, except that it doesn't come cheap. And the quota? There aren't enough quotas for everyone, you know. That's why he's struggling. When his wife found out that he was lying wounded in the hospital, she immediately filed for divorce, saying, What do I need a vegetable husband for? But Spencer pulled through to everyone's surprise. Children from orphanages are always strong, hardened by life. Missy talked to the landlady a little longer, then returned to the children. During his absence, the kids had grown bored. "Hooray, Mummy's back!" the ever-inquisitive Carl exclaimed joyfully. "Well, Mum, have you found a job?" inquired Tom. "I have, my dear, and not just a job, but one with accommodation. Plus, you'll help me with everything. Agreed?" Tom looked at his mother doubtfully. "And how will we help? We're small. I don't mind, though. What do we have to do?" Missy looked at her son lovingly. "Oh, almost nothing, Tom. You just have to behave yourselves while we're staying at the house of a very ill lady. OK?" "OK, Mum. Whatever you say. I certainly don't mind," her son immediately replied. "Me too, me too," exclaimed Carl. "Me too," Charlene chimed in. Missy smiled and hugged the little ones. Lord, how little is needed for happiness. Children's laughter, the warmth of the family hearth, and the support of a loved one. Ah, but the last one she no longer has. Ryan, my dear, you died in the abyss of the sea. The sea took you away. Lost in thought, Missy automatically touched the wedding ring hanging on her neck, the very one Ryan had placed on her finger on their wedding day. Wiping away a tear, Missy began to prepare for tomorrow's move and the upcoming work. How would this rich woman receive her? Well, God willing, all will be well, Missy thought with a smile. The next morning, as planned, Spencer picked up the young mother and her children. Despite his limp, he helped them with their belongings. After glancing at the address written on a piece of paper, he nodded and started the engine. On the way, Missy and Spencer chatted, gradually feeling a mutual sympathy. Spencer drove confidently and leisurely, not scolding other drivers, even when they cut him off or violated traffic rules. Sneaking glances at him, Missy admired his restraint and politeness towards her and the children. She thought this was probably how every professional cab driver should behave, as there was certainly no place for rudeness in this profession. At last, the mansion appeared ahead. The sight so amazed the family that Tom couldn't restrain a joyful exclamation. "Mum, are we really going to live here?" She looked embarrassed at the driver and replied, "Well, not live exactly, son. Rather work. So please calm down and behave quietly, like a mouse. OK? We had a deal." "OK, Mum. I'll be as quiet as a fish," the boy muttered, slightly disappointed. Since the mistress of the house couldn't meet Missy herself, her nephews, Mark and Robert, did. When they saw the limping cab driver, they grinned knowingly, but made no comment. They had known each other from school, but their paths had diverged. Spencer had always achieved everything himself, while this pair lived off money from their parents or rich relatives. Now Mark and Robert were at their aunt's house for a reason. "All right, Missy, I need to go. If you need anything, call me. You have my number." Spencer said goodbye and got behind the wheel. Truth be told, he didn't want to cross paths with Mark and Robert at all, as he hadn't gotten along with them since high school. "Thank you, Spencer. Thank you very much. I'll be sure to call you when I need to go into town. Maybe to get some medicine or something," Missy replied. "You don't need to go anywhere. Your job is to stay with our aunt and make sure she's healthy. If you need anything, tell me or Robert," Mark said grumpily. Missy shook her head reproachfully. She hadn't expected kindness from them, but their behaviour still irritated her slightly. Meanwhile, Robert opened the door and let the children inside. They timidly stepped on the expensive carpet, afraid to make any unnecessary movements. To them it seemed they were in a fairyland, or at least a royal museum, where they should barely breathe so as not to disturb the established atmosphere. As it turned out later, Meredith Canavan was resting in her room, equipped with the latest medical technology. Everything was there for the elderly woman's comfort, various sensors, devices for checking her health. There was even a ventilator and a defibrillator.
the presence of which genuinely amazed Missy. "Wow, it's a whole hospital room," the former nurse remarked in a half-whisper. "What did you think? Everything is in smart way, you know. If you don't take care of yourself, no one will," grumbled the landlady, who had been pretending to doze off. Missy shuddered and looked at Mrs. Carnarvon with embarrassment. "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asleep." The elderly businesswoman grinned. "No, I'm not, dearie. I can't sleep with my nephews stomping around like elephants. The whole house is shaking." Mark and Robert looked at each other and blushed like guilty schoolchildren. Missy immediately concluded that they were afraid of their aunt and ready to fulfil her every instruction, as long as it happened in front of her. But when Mrs. Carnarvon turned away, they only thought about getting her inheritance. Missy had seen this many times in the ward for the seriously ill. Intrigues unfolded there too, and not all of them were connected with the activities of the fraudulent head of the department. Sometimes relatives came to the ward with notaries, asking the sick to sign over real estate before it was too late. It was a situation as old as time itself. Standing in front of Mrs. Carnarvon, practically on tiptoes, Missy felt uncomfortable. It seemed to the newly minted caregiver that she was being cast for a modelling agency, where she'd have time to compete for the title of Miss Universe. Any moment now, she'd be forced to walk across the room and smile to show the state of her teeth. As if reading the guest's thoughts, Meredith smiled and said, "Well, why are you frozen? Make yourself comfortable. Settle in. Do you have children?" Missy looked confusedly at Mark and Robert, who immediately looked away. "Yes, I'm with the kids. I was told you have a guest house. Or am I mistaken?" Missy asked. Mrs. Carnarvon grinned. "That's right, dear, that's right. You can make yourself at home there. And don't think that I, an old witch, will be against the presence of little ones. Not at all. Children are our future, and therefore we must always take care of them, sparing no effort." Mrs. Hart warmed at the elderly woman's words. She's not bad at all, this Mrs. Carnarvon. So what if she's strict? Life has clearly taught her much. That's why she doesn't trust people easily. "Well, if everything suits you, Auntie, Robert and I will leave you. We have business to attend to," said Mark, breathing out a sigh of relief. He had behaved extremely nervously before, obviously afraid that Mrs. Carnarvon would criticise the new nurse and send her away, along with them. But for some inexplicable reason, the elderly rich woman liked Missy and chose her. Deep down, Missy suspected the client's sympathy was caused by the presence of her children. Of course, these were only assumptions, and she couldn't be sure, but she understood perfectly well that at Mrs. Carnarvon's age, seeing grandchildren would be a joy. It also seemed to Missy that the client could read her mind, understanding her with half a word. As soon as her nephews left the room, Mrs. Carnarvon looked at Missy and said, "Well, why are you standing there like a statue? Sit down, we'll have tea. I'll tell you where everything is in the house, and then you can tell me about yourself. What brought you here? I can see you're not from around here. You've got no tan at all, and your nose has already peeled in the sun. That's how it always happens to newcomers. I know." Missy smiled and replied, "Yes, I'll make tea and be right back." "And make tea for your children too. I have sweets, candies and chocolates in my cabinet. Everything you need. They must be hungry from the road," the elderly businesswoman called after her. Missy smiled, still not believing she had been received so warmly. To Missy's great surprise, Mrs. Carnarvon turned out to be a sensible woman with her own principles. In conversation, she held nothing back and called things by their proper names. "I understand everything, Missy. I know you're new to this business. Earlier Mark and Robert tried to impose their caregivers on me, who were well instructed beforehand about what should be done. Imagine, each of these rascals, sooner or later, started talking to me about the inheritance, gently pushing me to sign everything over to Mark or Robert, and I will never do that. They're idiots and lazy, the woman declared. Missy smiled and shrugged her shoulders in embarrassment. What else could the young nurse say when she really had nothing to do with these matters? Let the rich sort it out among themselves. Her job was simple, to take care of a sick woman and monitor her well-being. Without realizing it, Missy started talking and told Mrs. Carnarvon about her life and how she had been fired from the department. The businesswoman listened in silence, only occasionally inserting her caustic and insightful remarks. Yes, you were naive, primarily because you didn't take your cell phone with you. Although it's understandable, you trusted your colleague's decency. But you see how it turned out. She's the one who's been going behind your back with the head doctor. But don't worry, though. Life punishes such people. You'll see. She'll get her comeuppance sooner or later. Preferably sooner. Maybe then she'll live the rest of her life as a decent person. Missy shook her head. Deep down she didn't believe that the head of the department, Dr. Ralston, could be caught red-handed or brought to justice. Nurse Chloe herself was behind him like a stone wall. It was a circle of mutual protection. Such things were always difficult to bring to light. To Missy's great relief, taking care of the old lady was much easier than it had been for many patients at her previous job. Mrs. Carnarvon turned out to be sweet and kind, not at all capricious, and steadfastly tolerated all procedures. However, there weren't many procedures, just measuring blood pressure and checking blood sugar levels. Since Mrs. Carnarvon didn't have a stroke or musculoskeletal disorders, it was a mystery to Missy why she couldn't walk on her own. Why was she always lying in bed, staying in one position day after day? Naturally, with the available equipment and anti-bedsore mattress, it wasn't hurtful for Meredith. But Missy couldn't understand what was really happening to her ward. Mrs. Children loved Mrs. Carnarvon's house. It was large, allowing them to play hide-and-seek and other noisy games without embarrassment, which delighted the mistress of the house. At first, Missy thought Mrs. Carnarvon would demand silence, but the woman actually asked that the children play and fill the house with their infectious laughter. Mrs. Carnarvon even ordered various expensive toys and construction sets online for home delivery, so the kids could play without limits. Oh, thank you. If it's not too difficult, I'll pay for it after my first paycheck, Missy mumbled embarrassedly. Mrs. Carnarvon smiled. Oh, nonsense. This is more than you'll earn in a month. Forget it. It's my gift to your children. You have good kids, Missy. I'm not a mother myself, but I feel everything with my heart. Tears glistened in Missy's eyes. It was the first time she had encountered such generosity from a client. Usually, elderly people, being stingy, tried to save every penny. But Mrs. Carnarvon was different. Her kindness could be explained by her poor health and loneliness, but Missy had dealt with wealthy people who fretted over every penny, afraid of overpaying or being overcharged. To Mrs. Delight, Spencer called on her second day of work. In his usual calm manner, he asked about Missy's mood and how the mistress of the house had received her and the kids. "It's all fine, Spencer, really. Mrs. Carnarvon is kind-hearted. Don't believe what people say about her," Missy said over the phone with a smile. "That's great. I'm happy for you. Only, I won't distract you. Call me if you need anything," Spencer said tenderly and ended the call. Since then, they began calling each evening. A week passed quickly, with almost no unpleasant events. On the 8th day, the manager came to Mrs. Carnarvon. Seeing the new nurse, Grace curled her lips contemptuously. "Who is this peasant-faced simpleton? And what's with the children's camp down there? Do you have a new therapy now? Treating ailments with children?" Mrs. Carnarvon frowned. "Listen, Grace, watch your tongue. This is Missy, my new nurse, and from now on, I expect you to behave with more restraint and mind your speech. Understand? Otherwise, I'll find another manager. I don't need anyone with such a temper." Grace's cheeks flushed with shame. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Carnarvon, I misspoke." The manager tried to justify herself. "Anyway, it's like this. I've done some calculations and I'm planning to increase purchases for our restaurant. The resort season promises to be successful, so we must be prepared." Mrs. Carnarvon smiled. "It's not for you to decide whether to increase purchases or not. If I said we work according to the old scheme, then we work according to the old scheme. Have you forgotten? All our business is on the coast, and you know how things can change. If there's a storm, people will leave the resorts. What then? What if it rains for a few months? It's happened before, hasn't it?" Grace bit her lip resentfully, then looked at Missy with hatred, as if it were her fault that her boss had reprimanded her like a delinquent schoolgirl. "All right, Mrs. Carnarvon, I'll do everything. You needn't doubt it." The manager muttered respect and immediately left the room. Missy sighed with relief. She realised that Grace was simply jealous of her friendship with Mrs. Carnarvon. Missy knew that she would never betray her ward and would always be there to help in difficult moments. Intercepting Missy's surprised look, Meredith explained, "Don't pay much attention to that upstart, and don't be afraid. If anything happens, stand up to her bravely. Grace may not be a gift, but in business she has no equal. I've never met anyone so clever. She knows how to do business, I tell you, even in places where it seems impossible to make money. She'll bribe here, she'll bribe there. In general, she's a good manager, but I have to keep her under control, especially after she got married for the 3rd time. You must have heard about that story, right?" Missy furrowed her brows, recalling Mrs. Power's story. "Yes, I think I've heard about it. Something about her getting together with a man 3 years ago and having a baby with him, right?" Mrs. Carnarvon nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. But many people don't know all the details, and I was aware of everything. As a matter of fact, Grace picked up her husband at the garbage dump. Yes, at the garbage dump with a broken head, picking through trash cans. I don't know what she saw in him, but she took him in, cleaned him up, and then married him. That's how it happened." Missy shook her head in disbelief. "Wow, was he sick or something? Why would Grace need a sick husband?" Mrs. Carnarvon looked at her nurse in amazement. "Well, I see you've got a brain too. You ask the right questions. To tell you the truth, I don't know myself. You must sense that Grace has some interest in this matter. She's become strange, especially since she married that tramp. I didn't attend the wedding, but I sent a gift in an envelope and a vacation trip. I needed to support her at such a crucial moment." Missy listened to Mrs. Carnarvon and couldn't believe her ears. Everyone in the city considered her almost a Cerberus in female form, and yet here she was giving vouchers to employees, caring about their well-being, and throwing money around without asking for anything in return. Another week flew by, which only strengthened the relationship of trust between the owner and the nurse. In a way, Missy even liked her work, which she hadn't given much importance to before. But everything seemed to be going well until an incident occurred right after Missy received an advance payment for 2 weeks of work. Mark approached her in the yard, took her aside, and said, "Listen, Missy, here's the thing. I see that our aunt has taken a fancy to you, just like a niece." Missy raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Well, maybe. Why?" The man gritted his teeth, suppressing a fit of irritation. "What's wrong is that you now have to help us. We've gotten this job for you, haven't we? You're having a roof over your head. In general, your main task is to do everything possible to make sure that the aunt includes Robert and me in the will. You know, she's ready to give the money to some scoundrels. Just imagine, to orphanages and homeless shelters. They'll sort it out without us. But Robert and I desperately need the money. We're planning to expand our business, thinking of opening a hotel." Missy immediately retorted, "Well,
What do I have to do with it? Please remember once and for all, I won't ask for any favours. Do whatever you want, up to and including dismissal, but don't even count on help with the will." Mark's face turned crimson.
"Come on, don't play hard to get. You think I haven't done my research on you? I called your head of department and he gave me quite a review about you, told me what kind of bird you are. Well, look, don't miscalculate, or it will be too late later."
Tears glistened in Missy's eyes as she pushed the man away and ran into the house. That evening, Missy was silent and barely communicated with Mrs. Carnarvon, afraid to give herself away with an awkward word. It should be noted that the business lady immediately noticed the changes in the nurse's behaviour and waited patiently for her to be ready to tell everything as it was. But when this didn't happen, Mrs. Carnarvon went on the offensive. "Missy, if something's bothering you, don't be silent. Share it. I guess you were talking to my nephew about something. Come on, tell me, what did he want? He probably asked you to help him redo the will again, didn't he?" Missy looked at Mrs. Carnarvon in surprise. "And how could you know that I was talking to him? After all, your room faces the other side of the house." An awkward pause hung in the room. It seemed that Missy could hear her own heart beating. Mrs. Carnarvon was visibly embarrassed, then looked around covertly.
"Well, I never thought my own nurse would figure me out. Anyway, just don't tell anyone. I'm pretending to find a spy in my company. I suspect that Grace is in cahoots with my nephews, so I'm playing the part of a gravely ill person while planning my actions 2 moves ahead."
Missy was stunned. All this time she had thought she was nursing a fading patient, and now it turned out to be quite different. However, she had no right to condemn her client, since she received good money for her work and had free housing for herself and her children.
"Don't tell anyone, not even the children. Let it be our secret," whispered Mrs. Carnarvon.
Missy nodded, still marvelling at the twists of fate that had brought her to this rich house full of secrets and family mysteries. The next morning, Grace came to Mrs. Carnarvon again, but this time she wasn't alone. She was accompanied by her husband. Remembering that the woman disliked her, Missy decided to leave the room to avoid being present during the conversation. Unfortunately, Mrs. Carnarvon asked her to stay anyway. A minute later, Grace entered the room in a fancy expensive dress, along with a man in a business suit. She seemed to be trying to introduce her husband gradually into high society's business elite, though it came across as rather comical and clumsy. Looking at the face of Grace's husband, Missy was almost speechless. "No, it can't be," she thought, as she slowly sank to the floor and lost consciousness. Apparently, she had experienced one of those attacks that happens to her only once or twice a month. When Grace's husband saw Mrs. Carnarvon's nurse, he suddenly turned pale and clutched at his heart. "Is something wrong? Why have you changed so much?" the elderly lady asked with astonishment. The guests shook their head and then left the room with a loud shout. Still not understanding what was going on, Mrs. Carnarvon stopped her charade and got out of bed. She came to Missy and began to splash water on her face, bringing her to her senses. Grace froze on the spot, stunned. "I thought you were sick." "I don't care what you thought. I think for everyone here. It's your job to do what I tell you to do on time," grumbled the elderly woman, still trying to help the nurse come to her senses. Fortunately, she soon succeeded, and Missy slowly opened her eyes. Looking at Grace, Missy said, "Your husband, he's Ryan. Yes, that's my husband, who supposedly died 3 years ago in a sea accident. It was a storm, wasn't it?" There was no answer. Grace's face paled as she realised she had encountered the ex-wife of her 3rd husband. The man she had once found on the seashore with a head injury and memory loss. She couldn't pinpoint what had attracted her to Ryan then. Perhaps it was simply love at first sight. Driven by this powerful attraction,
She had nursed Ryan back to health and convinced him he was her fiancé. In reality, Ryan's memory returned only a year later, by which time Grace was already pregnant and had given birth to their child. The former sailor realized he could no longer return home, bound as he was to this formidable woman named Grace. On the other hand, Ryan's life was far from miserable, filled with prosperity and considerable wealth. Day by day, Ryan thought less about his previous wife, growing accustomed to life with Grace. They were further bound by their child, whom the young sailor loved dearly. "I won't let you take him from me, do you hear?" Grace shouted at the top of her lungs. "He has a different surname, and you can't prove anything. Your husband is dead, and that's final." Missy merely shook her head. "I'm not here to take him away. Keep him. All these years I thought he was dead. I visited his grave, brought flowers." Meanwhile, Ryan lived in luxury, lounging in your arms. Unwilling to continue the conversation, Grace snorted contemptuously and stormed out of the room after her husband. Mrs. Carnarvon shook her head and muttered, "Well, I'll be. I thought I'd seen everything in my life, but this, how could anyone conceive of such a thing? To trick the man into believing he's her groom. Ryan's no saint either. He must have remembered about his family, but he chose to stay silent, content with his new wife's money." Missy sighed sadly, relieved that her children hadn't witnessed their supposedly deceased father leaving Mrs. Carnarvon's house. After this incident, the business lady ceased feigning illness and resumed managing her enterprise. She also dismissed Grace, who, as it later emerged, had schemed with the elderly businesswoman's nephews, Mark and Robert, to take over the business. Though they promptly denied everything, they failed to deceive their aunt. Missy and her children continued to reside in Mrs. Carnarvon's house, with Missy becoming a combination of assistant and personal nurse. When needed, she measured Meredith's blood pressure, collected blood samples for tests, and assisted with household chores. Cautiously, Mrs. Mysterious fainting spells ceased as abruptly as they had begun. Perhaps, having uncovered her husband's secret, she had found peace and accepted the reality of her situation. To Missy and Meredith's delight, Spencer became a frequent visitor. He grew fond of the elderly hostess, who was aware of his challenging past and the injury he sustained in a helicopter crash. Mrs. Carnarvon decided to finance an expensive knee operation for the former pilot, enabling him to overcome his limp and lead a normal life. Missy never requested this. She had always carefully maintained their friendship. 6 months later, after Spencer had recovered from the operation and completed rehabilitation, he proposed to Missy. Mrs. Carnarvon, Charlene, Carl, and Tom witnessed this joyous occasion. Without prior decision, they unanimously approved of Miss's choice, as she accepted the small box containing a wedding ring from Spencer.
Marjorie wrapped herself in a thin down jacket. The bus was old, the heater didn't work well, it was freezing outside, and it was freezing inside. There were not many passengers now. The morning rush hour had already passed, and the evening rush was still far away. In the front 2 seats sat 2 elderly women, talking quietly and looking out the windows. In the centre of the bus a young mother was sitting with a baby in her arms. The boy was wrapped up like a cabbage due to the freezing weather. Marjorie looked sympathetically at the woman with her baby. They probably couldn't afford a cab, so they had to take a cold bus on this frosty day. In the back of the bus there was a strange passenger, a man about 35 years old, tall and handsome. He wore a sheepskin coat made of soft leather, branded winter sneakers, and leather gloves. Such people usually went in luxury cars, not old rumbling buses. Marjorie discreetly observed the unusual passenger. He sat by the window, looking thoughtful. Sometimes he pulled out an expensive phone of the latest model from his pocket to answer messages. He was handsome, with correct facial features, intelligent dark eyes, and an athletic figure. From the looks of it, this man was doing quite well in life, but his eyes were sad. Maybe those who say there is no happiness in money are right. Maybe the rich do cry. Marjorie sighed, thinking about her own debts. It is time to pay the rent. Cody needs new boots, and it would be good to repay the money to the neighbour. She says she doesn't care, but it still feels inconvenient. The paycheck is tomorrow. Yes, I'd like to go to the movies with my son, buy him new jeans and get myself a dress, but the salary covers only my basics. Luckily, Marjorie had an unofficial part-time job. She once studied to be a nurse. She never finished medical school, but she learned how to give injections, which turned out to be a critical skill. Everyone in the building where Marjorie had been renting an apartment for many years were aware of it. If anything, they could always turn to her for help for a small fee. Marjorie was tired, but she didn't complain about life and didn't refuse anyone. She really needed the money. She was almost single-handedly supporting Cody. Calvin was the boy's father and Marjorie's ex-husband. He now had a new family and did everything to pay as little alimony as possible. He got an unofficial job on purpose and even collected papers that he was low income. But from mutual friends, Marjorie knew that her ex-husband took his new wife and young daughter to the sea vacation every year and recently bought a new car. He earned well, but according to the documents, Calvin was almost indigent. So he transferred a pittance to Cody every month. Apparently his soul didn't ache for his eldest son at all. However, Cody didn't suffer from the lack of fatherly attention. Why should he suffer if he'd never had it? Nothing, in fact, changed for the boy after his parents' divorce. Calvin and Marjorie met at the beginning of spring. Marjorie was sure then that she would soon become a nurse. She liked studying and was good at everything. As it turned out, during her hospital practice, Marjorie had the golden hands. Patients unanimously assured her that her injections were the most painless and imperceptible. In her course, Marjorie quickly became one of the best students. She always liked studying. Books, textbooks, and homework were, for years, almost her only escape from a grey, hopeless life. Marjorie was born and grew up in the village. Her mother worked as a milkmaid on a local farm then. When this work was mechanized, she remained there as a cleaner. She earned little, but it was enough to live on. However, Marjorie often had to wear old clothes, inherited from grown-up neighbour children. They were often not fashionable and not always in decent condition, but she had no choice. The girl understood perfectly her mother's financial situation and their small family's circumstances. She never grumbled, and certainly didn't ask her mother for pipe dreams like a new skirt or a beautiful bag. Marjorie was sometimes teased at school for her unpresentable appearance, but they were not too offensive nicknames. Cinderella, for example. Probably Marjorie's classmates were just afraid to offend her too much. She was the best student, and everyone could copy her homework. Marjorie, in general, had a mild temperament and was friendly. Even the neighbours noticed. "Why are you such a good girl, Marjorie? Born that way?" Nina, their neighbour, often asked, looking at the girl. "You're quiet, obedient, modest. Certainly not like your mother. Helen is a real troublemaker and always has been." Marjorie didn't like hearing such words about her mother. She loved her and worried about her, but Nina's words were true, no matter how unpleasant. Marjorie's mother, as long as the girl could remember, was always trying to arrange her personal life. She considered having a man's shoulder to lean on as her primary task, but it never worked out. Of course, men were always around the lonely, pretty woman. One would disappear, another would appear, but not for long. After the stormy affair was always a scandal and a break-up. But the worst case was when the next admirer moved in. Then the fragile peace and tranquility of the family immediately collapsed. Drinking, partying, loud quarrels, and arguments became the norm, all in front of an impressionable Marjorie. When her mother was insulted, called foul names, and sometimes even beaten, it was especially terrible. Helen, of course, did not stay in debt. She used to respond to the raging partner, as she was never known for having a gentle temper. Perhaps both participants enjoyed these quarrels. Most likely they were even bored without such vivid scandals. But Marjorie was scared every time. She wanted to disappear, to become invisible, to dissolve somewhere, just not to see or hear any of it. Sometimes her mother's suitors took on raising Marjorie, making her clean the house, wash their clothes, and demanding total respect. Luckily for the girl, it didn't last long. Sooner or later the man either left or he was thrown out by Marjorie's mother with a scandal. "It's all because of you. Who needs a woman with kids? If it weren't for you, if it weren't for your cowardly father, I'd be living differently now." Helen used to blame her daughter for all her personal failures. It hurt Marjorie to hear these words. She loved and pitied her mother. The girl wished her happiness and felt guilty that her presence made this happiness impossible. As for her father, the girl did not know him. As a child, she often dreamed that he would one day appear in her life. She imagined he would be kind, cheerful, generous, strong, and most importantly, loving. However, getting older, she assumed that her mother wasn't even sure who he was. It was painful to admit this fact, but Marjorie decided to face the truth. Besides, Marjorie really wanted her mother to be more attentive to her. She saw how parents treated the neighbour children. They hugged them, took care of them, and enveloped them with warmth, like a cosy blanket. Marjorie noticed all the details, the tender glances neighbours gave their daughters, and the gifts children received on holidays. Even scolding for not doing their homework on time or for returning home late was also a manifestation of love and care, and Marjorie, deprived of parental warmth, understood this like no one else. In Marjorie's life, there were no gifts for birthdays, no long heart-to-heart talks with her mother, no joint walks or trips. Helen was indifferent to her daughter's school successes and was not proud of her grades, while Marjorie tried so hard, wanting her mother to praise her just once. At first, the girl studied for this reason. As a first grader, Marjorie thought if she became an excellent student, the best in the class, the teacher would praise her mother at the meeting in front of other parents. She believed that her mother would finally look at her with pride and admiration. It didn't work out. Helen did not attend parent-teacher meetings and did not react to the news of another A for test. Sometimes she only waved away her daughter's stories about school. "Go away, my head hurts. Do something in your room." Marjorie soon realized that her mother's praise and attention wouldn't even come with excellent grades. But she developed a sincere interest in school subjects. She especially liked natural sciences, chemistry, biology, geography. All the problems seemed to disappear when she settled on a wide windowsill with a textbook or encyclopedia. Marjorie immersed herself in the world of interesting facts, colourful illustrations, and detailed photos, forgetting all the hardships and troubles. Teachers noticed the girl's efforts and supported her interest in every possible way. The girl wanted very much to become a nurse and ideally a doctor. "You are a smart, persistent girl," smiled Marjorie's class teacher, who was also a chemistry teacher. "And you also have important qualities for someone who will treat people. You are kind and compassionate, not indifferent. You can make a great doctor or nurse. Despite your young age, you have chosen the right path." Marjorie was happy to start a new life, but she was also worried about her mother. Could she stay alone? The girl was taking care of the household on her own. She cleaned and cooked. Her mother didn't do housework at all. Over the years, she led an increasingly idle lifestyle, barely working, often drinking, and socializing with dubious people. While Marjorie was home, she had some control over the situation, but it was hard, unpleasant, and sometimes even frightening. Marjorie would stay up all night, watching to make sure her mother or her friends didn't set the house on fire. Fire was one of Marjorie's greatest fears. And, unfortunately, it really happened. Marjorie was a sophomore in college at the time. Nina, neighbour, called and announced the terrible news in a broken voice. Marjorie's house had burned down, burned to the ground. Only black ashes remained. They said the fire had spread to neighbouring houses, but luckily the fire brigade saved them in time. There were several people in the house, Marjorie's mother and some of her friends. Later it turned out that someone fell asleep on a lit cigarette, causing the tragedy. So Marjorie, barely of age, was left completely alone in the world, without even her own place. The girl was devastated. No, she wasn't afraid of households or money problems. She just hoped that someday her relationship with her mother would improve. She would grow up, settle in life, start earning, and put her mother in a private rehabilitation centre to get rid of her addiction and teach her to live differently. Marjorie even found such a place and checked the prices for services. There wasn't much time left before realising her dream. And now tragedy struck. At that time, the girl desperately needed someone. That's why Marjorie immediately accepted Calvin's courtship. Although it was impossible not to notice his peculiar character, she clung to him like a drowning person to a straw. As long as there was someone near her, Marjorie didn't feel such deafening loneliness. In that difficult year, Marjorie was interning in the hospital's trauma department. One day, a young guy with burns on his thigh and arm from boiling water was taken to her department. Despite the pain, he joked and smiled a lot. You could tell he had an easygoing, jolly nature. That's what attracted Marjorie to him. Only later did it become clear that such a carefree attitude to life wasn't always good. But after losing her mother, Marjorie wanted to bring light, sunny, cheerful elements into her life. Calvin immediately began to joke and flirt with the young nurse. He did it so naturally and easily that Marjorie didn't even feel embarrassed. On the contrary, she felt calm and comfortable around him. "Oh, my favourite nurse is here," Calvin used to greet her. "At last! Those injections from your colleague were so painful. But you're like a wizard." "I'm not a wizard. I'm just learning," Marjorie replied with a phrase from a famous fairy tale. "No, a real wizard," argued Calvin, "and also an incredible beauty. If I had a girlfriend like you, I'd be the happiest man in the world." Marjorie melted from his compliments. No one had ever called her beautiful, and she didn't consider herself attractive. Every day she saw an ordinary-looking girl in the mirror. Short, a little overweight, russet-haired, with inexpressive facial features, and an ordinary figure. Marjorie didn't look like the girls in magazines, but it didn't bother her. She had never been attracted to men, but Calvin made her want to look beautiful and spectacular. For this, Marjorie even got a minimal set of cosmetics: mascara, lip gloss, and foundation. Marjorie was upset when she learned that her favourite patient was being prepared for discharge. She knew that Calvin's compliments probably meant nothing. It was just his character, a joker, a ladies' man. Still, she didn't want to part with him. Marjorie had gotten used to their friendly banter, his funny jokes, and the interested looks that made her feel beautiful and desirable. Would it all end now? To her great joy, before discharging from hospital, Calvin asked her for her phone number. Marjorie came into his room to give him a final injection. At first, Calvin was joking as usual. Then he suddenly became serious. "I like you very much," he said, taking Marjorie's hand in his huge palms. Her heart fluttered with unexpected joy. She had noticed that her favourite patient liked her, but she thought it was just his usual way of talking to girls. But now the confession became clearer. "You're beautiful, kind, gentle, and fragile girl. I've never met anyone like you. I don't want to leave the hospital tomorrow and never see you again." Marjorie was silent, just smiling. What could she say? "You didn't pull your hand away, and you look quite happy," Calvin observed. A smile touched his lips as well. "I conclude that I'm at least not disgusting to you. Am I right?" Marjorie nodded. He squeezed her hand even tighter. His eyes lit up with joy. "Phew!" Calvin exhaled with relief. "I thought you were going to reject me. I was afraid you had someone. You're single now, aren't you?" Marjorie nodded. She still couldn't utter a word. She was trying to realize what was happening. Her heart fluttered sweetly. She very much wanted this to continue and grow into something serious. To be near Calvin, to feel his warmth, to see his eyes, to feel strong male hands on her shoulders. It was such happiness. "In that case, please give me your phone number. I'll call you as soon as I decide where to have our first date." Marjorie, of course, immediately dictated the numbers to Calvin. He typed them into his phone, wanting to say something, but then the head nurse came into the ward. "Marjorie, why are you chilling here? Go to Ward 15. The patients are waiting. They've got more procedures to do after their shots. You're holding everyone up." That evening, Marjorie and Calvin did not see each other again. The young nurse was swamped with work in another building, and in the morning he was already discharged. But that was all right. Calvin promised to call. Marjorie waited for this call like manna from heaven. She worried, what if Calvin changed his mind? What if she made a mistake and gave him the wrong number? Then Calvin would think she deceived him. Besides, Marjorie wondered why Calvin, who seemed so interested and in love, did not send her a text message in the evening. Why didn't he at least say good night? It was later she learned that Calvin was not particularly prone to such sentimentality. He knew how to be charming when he needed something, but he never made unnecessary movements. He was an egoist. But Marjorie, under the charm of an experienced and mature man, did not realize it at once. Calvin called a day after the discharge, closer to the weekend, and invited Marjorie to take a walk in Central Park. It was a gorgeous place, huge ponds, bright flower beds, fountains and cozy cafes. He met her at the subway. The girl stepped right from the station into his wide open arms. It was so warm, so cozy. During their strolling along the alleys, he told her about himself. It turned out that Calvin grew up in a strong, friendly family. His father worked as a driver, as did Calvin, but his mother, who by all appearances was the head of the family, had her own business. She had a few supermarkets in neighbourhoods. Calvin also had a younger sister, Paula, who was a couple of years older than Marjorie. She studied economics at the university and was the pride of the family, as she was the first to get a higher education. "You and she will definitely make friends," Calvin assured her. "You'll see. Paula is a nice girl." He spoke, melting Marjorie's heart with happiness, like ice cream in the sun. "He wants to introduce me to his sister. He talks a lot about his parents. That means he has serious intentions for me. So, we're not just having an affair, but something more," the girl thought. Marjorie still remembered the feeling. She had been so pleased to wander along the paths of the park with Calvin, so tall, so reliable, so handsome. She looked at them with a smile, some with envy. Perhaps they looked spectacular and harmonious together. Calvin already lived separately from his parents, in the apartment inherited from his grandmother. He casually complained to Marjorie that it was hard for him to manage the household himself, and returning to an empty apartment after work was not so pleasant. "But my mother insists that her adult son should live separately," Calvin said, spreading his hands, "or else I'll never get married, become independent, or start my own family. She does not want me to become a mama's boy. She taught me and my sister to be independent." "And rightly so," Marjorie praised. She really thought it was very wise to give children freedom and raise them to be strong. "Shall we go to my place?" Calvin cautiously suggested it to Marjorie on the first evening. She immediately refused because it was too unexpected. Then, back in the dormitory, Marjorie regretted her decision. She did not want to part with Calvin after their first date, and it was interesting to see his apartment. He spoke so enthusiastically about his nest, where he had made repairs with his own hands. Marjorie moved in with him about a month after the first date. She liked everything about the apartment, from the colour of the wallpaper to the arrangement of furniture, and it was cosy, warm and pleasant to live with Calvin. He worked a lot, but Marjorie also had little spare time. She studied and worked part-time at the hospital. But after a hard day's work, when they got together, they had very cosy evenings. Calvin and Marjorie used to watch movies, usually chosen by Calvin, but Marjorie did not argue. She did not care as long as he was satisfied. They discussed the news of the day, shared their worries and anxieties, and laughed at all sorts of nonsense. Marjorie liked to take care of Calvin. She made him tea with milk, just the way he liked it. She made breakfast for both of them in the morning. It was a real pleasure for her, because Calvin's kitchen was filled with all sorts of appliances, making life much easier, and the refrigerator was always full of quality products. And Marjorie was always cleaning the rooms, trying to maintain perfect cleanliness. She knew that Calvin liked everything to be shiny, but he didn't have time to clean. Marjorie, on the other hand, always returned home a little earlier, which was why she had taken over the chores. Calvin looked completely happy. "I'm so glad you didn't argue and just agreed to move in with me," he said. "I'm glad you're free of those prejudices. We're so good together, aren't we?" Marjorie nodded happily. She felt the same way. Calvin often admired her housekeeping, thanked her for delicious lunches and dinners, and for keeping the apartment clean. That made her smile and try even harder to please her favourite man. On weekends, Calvin usually met with friends. Marjorie thought for the first time that he would take her with him, even began to pack when she realised that her beloved planned to spend the evening in a bar. It was a given to her that they would go together. "No, baby," Calvin shook his head with regret in his eyes. "We're going with the guys. There won't be any girls there. It's our men's company. Sorry." Marjorie felt silly and didn't know where to look out of shame. She had already put on makeup. With time, she got used to Calvin's erratic behaviour. After meeting his buddies, he would return in the morning, drunk, smelling of tobacco, fall on the sofa and start snoring. The next day, Calvin would be, as he put it, not in a good condition. Marjorie would run to get him mineral water, bring pills and generally care for him, accepting his compliments and gratitude, though Calvin could barely move his tongue. Marjorie didn't like it. Calvin couldn't even allow himself to have a drink before work, risking getting fired. But he took it easy, saying everything would be fine and joking that there was nothing to worry about. Marjorie knew perfectly well what booze could do, and was afraid of repeating her mother's story. She wanted to spend weekends with her loved one, not alone, but Calvin's meetings with his friends was a tradition he had a right to after a hard week's work. One Saturday, Marjorie also decided to see her friends. They agreed to meet in a cafe. Marjorie believed that since Calvin spent his weekends this way, he wouldn't object to her outing. But she was very wrong. "No," said Calvin firmly when he learned of her plans. "No," I said. "Why?" Marjorie was sincerely surprised. "I know what happens when girls get drunk. I've seen it. Do you know how many men are ready to take advantage of drunk women? No, no, no." "But you go out every weekend," Marjorie reminded him. "I'm going out to see my girlfriends for the first time in 100 years. "Invite them here and stay as long as you want,"
Calvin cut her off. "And there's no comparing men and women. You girls are more vulnerable and defenceless. You don't belong in such places, believe me."
Marjorie took it as his true care about her and agreed with Calvin. For the sake of not being alone, for the support and hope she felt near him, Marjorie was ready to tolerate a lot. Of course, her life with Calvin had improved. She now lived in a cosy modern apartment with all the comforts. Calvin earned well and spent his money on food, entertains, occasional gifts to his girlfriend. They were nice surprises, like soft toys, for example. At these moments, Marjorie felt incredibly loved. He cared for her in a fundamental way, unlike anyone before. For example, one day, Calvin noticed that Marjorie's sneaker soles were worn out, but she was waiting for her paycheck to buy new shoes. Then, he immediately took her to a shoe store and helped her choose several pairs of fashionable shoes. "My girlfriend should not walk around in rags," he declared. True, Calvin grimaced when the salesman announced the price, but he still paid. He was frugal, but Marjorie liked it. A sensible approach to spending is good. Therefore, she calmly accepted that they would skip a restaurant on Valentine's Day to save for a new TV. Calvin also introduced Marjorie to his family and often emphasized how serious he was about her. First, Marjorie met Paula, Calvin's younger sister. Paula once visited unexpectedly and Calvin was home. Marjorie was confused that Paula had keys to his apartment, but it wasn't her business. Paula looked very similar to Calvin in both appearance and character. Tall, large, cheerful and natural in communication. She was delighted to meet Marjorie. "Oh, it's you," the girl smiled. "I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. You must be wonderful, since my absent-minded brother decided to settle down." The three of them had a heart-to-heart talk, full of jokes, laughter and fun. Marjorie learned many details about Calvin's childhood, which was interesting and touching. Later, Calvin invited Marjorie to a family dinner at his parents' house. Marjorie was worried and tried to refuse. "Well, what are you worried about?" Calvin was surprised. "My parents are normal and won't bite. They already like you from what Paula and I have told them. And anyway, we need to get acquainted. We're getting married soon." Calvin mentioned the upcoming wedding as if it were a settled matter. Marjorie was shocked, her eyebrows raised in surprise. "What? Don't you have other plans?" Calvin asked. "No, it's just sudden." "I thought it was clear for a long time," he shrugged. "Quite expected." Meeting Calvin's parents went well. Mrs. Brower immediately took Marjorie under her wing. "Where did you say you study? In nursing school? You're going to be a nurse and work part-time at the hospital? What did you say your salary is?" She was very direct and concrete, a woman of action unlike her husband. "I think you should quit your studies. You see, you can't earn much that way. I'll get you a job as a salesman. It's a simple job, but you'll earn much more. You'll also be part of our family business." "Mother is right," said Calvin. "I don't like that you're squeezed like a lemon from the shift, and they will not pay you too much. Sit in the shop, periodically serve customers, and in your spare time you can count money or watch soap operas. No worries, no responsibilities, no sick people around. It's perfect." The others also approved of the idea. Marjorie thought a lot about Mrs. Brower's proposal. The salary she offered looked very tempting. It was hard for Marjorie to combine her studies, work at the hospital and housekeeping. Calvin insisted as well. "Think about it. We get married, have children, and you work hospital shifts. At my mother's, you can take leave any time, and she'll always find someone to replace you. The pay is great. Who needs your studies if you earn pennies later? It's stupid." It was difficult to part with her dream. Marjorie was sure, since school, that she would become a nurse. She wanted to help people and was good at it. But what Calvin and his mother said made sense. After thinking it over, Marjorie made the first big mistake of her life. She gave up her studies and got a job as a sales clerk for Mrs. Brower. Calvin's whole family was happy about it. Marjorie felt happy at first. During the day, Marjorie had a lot of spare time. She reread many books and watched dozens of TV series. Nearby were talkative people with whom it was pleasant to drink coffee and exchange news. Having received her first salary, Marjorie couldn't believe her eyes. In the hospital, she wouldn't have earned that much in a month. It was unbelievable. While her former classmates prepared for the winter session and studied textbooks, Marjorie was carefree, choosing toys for the Christmas tree and a festive dress. For the first time in a long time, she didn't have to prepare for exams during the pre-holiday season. Right after the new year was the wedding. Mrs. Brower insisted on a lavish celebration. After all, the eldest son was getting married. They rented a restaurant and invited guests, mostly relatives and friends of Calvin's family. On Marjorie's side, only a few girlfriends came. At her own wedding, Marjorie felt far from the centre of attention. Calvin's relatives were chatting among themselves, hugging and singing family songs. Every now and then someone pulled Calvin into conversation, clapped him on the shoulder, called him for a smoke break, or took him to the balcony for a chat. Marjorie was left alone. She sat at the head of the long table, trying to hide behind vases with lush bouquets and become invisible. Her friends were seated far away and couldn't support her. Marjorie felt superfluous and lonely. She looked forward to the end of the wedding celebration, the moment when she could finally be in a quiet apartment and take off the uncomfortable dress and shoes. Then life went on as usual. Nothing changed. Everything was the same as before the wedding. Work in the supermarket, everyday life, Calvin's absence on weekends. Then Mrs. Brower began to get dissatisfied with Marjorie's work, as shortages constantly occurred. Marjorie didn't understand where they came from. She acted honestly and always counted the money carefully. Why did losses increase with her appearance at the cashier? It turned out that Marjorie worked differently from the sellers before her. They often shorted the goods, not filling up to a kilogram, and skillfully manipulated the scales. "What are you, from the moon?" her mother-in-law said, waving her hands. "It seems you did live in greenhouse conditions. I thought you knew everything better than me." Mrs. Brower demanded dishonest work, but Marjorie couldn't bring herself to do it. She didn't know where her desire for justice came from. Not from her mother, that's for sure. Maybe her father was an intelligent man, who knows? Eventually, Marjorie understood her mistakes and decided to quit the shop and return to her studies. She was ready for facing opposition from her mother-in-law and Calvin, who always indulged his mother. But one surprising event turned Marjorie's world upside down. Marjorie learned that she was expecting a child. The realization took her breath away, and goosebumps ran down her neck. She carefully placed her hands on her still flat belly. Even at that moment, Marjorie realized she loved her baby and would do anything to make him happy. "This is a son," Calvin immediately declared. "I will have a son. That's cool." Of course, it was too early to determine the sex of the child, but Marjorie instinctively felt her husband was right. They would have a boy. She immediately chose the name Cody. She liked the name very much. Surprisingly, Calvin didn't object. Usually, he had his own opinion on everything, which often differed from his wife's. Marjorie had to agree with Calvin on some things to avoid quarrels, but in the choice of name, both spouses were unanimous. Mrs. Brower was happy. When she learned she would become a grandmother, she immediately reduced Marjorie's working hours without cutting her salary. "My grandson must be born healthy, and for that his mother needs comfortable conditions." Marjorie was glad to see such care. She later realized that her personal comfort and security were of no importance to this family. At that time, Marjorie was only a kind of incubator for the long-awaited son and grandson. The pregnancy did not go smoothly. In the end, Mrs. Brower dismissed her daughter-in-law altogether. "There's nothing to risk. You rest better, sleep more, eat well, and Calvin earns good money himself." Marjorie was glad to leave the trade. She was terrible at it. She also didn't return to her dream of graduating from nursing school because she felt bad with constant nausea, dizziness, back and stomach pains and weakness. She also realized that the baby would take up all her time. She would have to bathe him, change his clothes, develop him, walk with him, and cook special baby dishes for him. And she really wanted it, to plunge into motherhood fully, to dissolve in the care of the tiny creature, to give her son all that she did not have herself, maternal affection, attention, and love. Meanwhile, Calvin's behaviour got worse. Marjorie often felt so bad that she couldn't even clean up or cook dinner. She lay down all day, as the doctors advised her. The threat of premature labour did not go away. Calvin used to return from work and grumble, mentioning women from the past centuries who gave birth and then went to work in the fields with a baby on their back. He often complained that he had gotten such a weak wife. Marjorie was upset by all this. She felt guilty but couldn't do anything about it. She knew she had to lie down a lot to keep her child safe. And in the last few months, Marjorie found out that her husband had a mistress. She overheard a conversation by chance. Burning tears of resentment came to her eyes. She did not wait or hide and immediately demanded an explanation. "Well, what did you think?" Calvin shrugged his shoulders with his usual nonchalance. "You are constantly out of shape. Then you can't, this you can't. You have completely stopped paying attention to me. And I'm a living person, a man. It's your own fault." Marjorie endured it and overcame herself again for the sake of her child. She was in too vulnerable a state at the time. There's a baby on the way, no place to live, no education. Where to go? Whom to ask for help? There was no help for Mrs. Brower, who would support her son in everything. So Marjorie tolerated such an existence for the sake of her child. She felt trapped, with no way out. But there was a way out, though it was delayed. Marjorie planned to raise the child until he could go to kindergarten, find a job, and then file for divorce. That was her plan. As for Calvin, he stopped hiding altogether. Now he often did not come home at night, staying with his mistress Bianca. He looked at Marjorie with a mixture of disgust and contempt, like she was some nasty spider. She did not evoke any tender feelings in him any more. Marjorie realized that her friends were right. Calvin was a selfish man. He did everything for his own sake, not considering the opinion of others. What used to seem like care and patronage now looked like what it really was, an attempt to control and force her to act according to his pattern. Calvin skillfully manipulated her, playing on her inexperience and conscientiousness. He understood perfectly well that Marjorie had no one but him, and used it. Now he had a mistress. Marjorie knew that Mrs. Brower would not be delighted by the news of her son's affair, but did not tell her mother-in-law anything. She wouldn't take her side anyway, but she would certainly make Calvin's life harder, and, of course, he would take his anger out on Marjorie after that. Marjorie now regretted not studying. If she had a profession, she would feel much more confident and have more prospects. But Marjorie had withdrawn from nursing school herself despite her teachers and supervisor urging her not to. Probably an uneducated wife was easier for Calvin and his family to manage, so they all insisted on it. What a pity Marjorie hadn't realized it sooner. Finally, Cody was born. The discharge was noisy and crowded. Mrs. Brower tried her best. She was sincerely happy about the birth of her first grandchild. She even gave her daughter-in-law a gift for the baby, an expensive gold chain and gold earrings made in the same style. Later, this set would be in the pawn shop and help Marjorie and her son live for 3 months. It was Mrs. Brower, not the happy father, who first took the baby from Marjorie's arms. Then, of course, it was Calvin's turn. Marjorie watched her husband's face with interest. What emotions would the baby evoke in Calvin? After all, he had dreamed of a son, and here he was, tiny and defenceless. Calvin lifted the corner of the blanket, indifferently looked into the face of the child, smiled for decency, but Marjorie saw that he had no tenderness or affection for Cody. Then it became clear why. A couple of days before the discharge, Calvin learned that his mistress was also expecting a child. The man was simply dumbfounded by the news. Cody turned out to be a restless child. He cried a lot and didn't sleep at night. Marjorie was like a squirrel in a wheel. She was gaunt, her hair was always dishevelled, her eyes cloudy from lack of sleep. When she accidentally saw herself in the mirror, she flinched in surprise. What's that pale shadow flickering there? Calvin didn't help with the baby at all. Cody's cries irritated him. In the end, he moved in with his mistress, leaving Marjorie alone with all her problems. Sometimes Mrs. Brower came to help, but mostly to check the situation. She grumbled about the dirty dishes in the sink while smiling at her grandson. Marjorie felt increasingly burdened in the apartment, but she saw no way out. Calvin openly neglected her and the child, and almost openly lived with his mistress. He called Bianca his favourite woman, and Marjorie, he had many harsh words for her. Lazy, a loser, even a freeloader. Marjorie was hurt to the point of tears. If she had somewhere else to go, she would have grabbed the child and left without a second's hesitation. But everything resolved itself. One day Calvin announced he was divorcing Marjorie because he couldn't live with two families. Moreover, Bianca was about to give birth. Marjorie had to pack her things and move out within 3 days. Where to? Calvin didn't care. He didn't refuse alimony, but wasn't legally obligated to provide his premarital living space to his ex-wife and son. Marjorie rushed to Mrs. Brower for help. It turned out she was aware of the changes in her son's life and wasn't particularly surprised. The woman helped Marjorie find a reasonably priced rental apartment and arranged a car to transport Marjorie's belongings. At first, Mrs. Brower still came occasionally to play with Cody, who was growing up. Marjorie tried to maintain good relations with her, seeing her as an ally. But the former mother-in-law remained cold and aloof, emphasizing that she was visiting her grandson. Marjorie survived on tiny alimony and minimal child allowances. She remembered her ability to give injections and started earning extra money, which helped a bit, but money was still tight. Cody's needs were growing. Calvin showed little interest in his son's life. Marjorie knew Mrs. Brower tried to encourage him to communicate with the child, but he didn't like it. He called their relationship a mistake of youth, made out of stupidity and inexperience. With his new wife, Calvin, as Marjorie later learned from mutual acquaintances, did not behave better. He also dumped on her all the cares of the household and childcare responsibilities on her, and cheated again. However, he didn't plan to divorce her. He must have really loved her. He was a much more caring and loving father to his daughter than to Cody. Initially, Marjorie was worried that Cody was growing up without a father. She felt bad for the boy, but eventually she got used to it, and even thought it was better for everyone. Mrs. Brower also gradually withdrew from Cody and Marjorie when her daughter Paula had twins. Now, she was the perfect grandmother, only for them. Marjorie lived in a rented apartment and worked as a conductor, the only position she could get without an education. She also worked part-time giving injections to neighbours. She and her son didn't starve, and that was fine. They lived peacefully, loved and respected each other, and didn't have to deal with Calvin's antics. Marjorie was glad to have Cody. He was a wonderful boy, smart, kind and caring. If she came home late from work, he made her hot tea and sometimes even baked pancakes for her. It was nice to feel such attention. Marjorie sometimes felt sad that she couldn't give her son what he wanted: expensive toys, trips or birthday parties at children's play centres. Her boy deserved the best. He tried so hard, did well at school, and helped with chores. But maybe someday things would get better. Marjorie's dream of finishing her studies was still alive, but not now, later. Currently, she had to support her son and earn money. It wasn't the time for studying.
"Railway station, stop soon,"
an elderly voice sounded above Marjorie's ear, tearing her away from her thoughts and memories. An elderly woman in a puffy shawl stood in front of her, looking questioningly. Marjorie looked out and oriented herself. "After one stop," she answered the elderly passenger.
"Thank you, daughter."
Daughter? Marjorie smiled. Even her mother had never called her that. Marjorie glanced around the parlour. A young man in a sheepskin coat, whom Marjorie had noticed earlier, was also getting ready to get out. He got up from his seat and moved toward the exit. Marjorie involuntarily admired him. What a handsome man, like from a movie or some other life, not so grey and dull. Suddenly, Marjorie noticed his leather wallet lying next to where he had been sitting. There must have been a lot of money in it. The man gave the impression of being wealthy. If Marjorie had kept silent and taken the wallet for herself, it would have solved all her financial problems for the next few months, and the man himself probably wouldn't miss the sum. But, of course, Marjorie couldn't do that. You dropped your wallet," she said, looking into the man's slightly sad grey eyes. He turned around, slowly picked up the wallet, then looked at Marjorie with interest. There was genuine surprise in his eyes, a charming smile playing on his lips. "Thank you," he said. "Thank you very much." "You're welcome," Marjorie shrugged. She liked this man. He had an open, bright face.
"And do you work on this route all the time?"
the man suddenly asked. "Yes," Marjorie said, confused. "Well then, I'll see you again." Saying so, the man stepped out of the open doors of the bus. He stood at the bus stop and waved to Marjorie, who smiled happily. Something strange was happening, but very, very pleasant. No, she had received compliments from male passengers before. Some did it subtly and delicately, others rudely with obvious hints of continuing the relationship. But no one made such an impression on Marjorie as this man did. She really hoped he wasn't deceiving her, and that they would see each other again. Ryan was lucky to have his parents. It wasn't just that they were both successful. His mother headed a department in a large bank, and his father owned a chain of restaurants. His parents always understood and supported their only son, listened to his ideas, gave unobtrusive advice, and were interested in Ryan's life despite their workload. They were real friends, all three of them. They travelled a lot and often arranged holidays, just because. The only dream of Ryan's that his parents never realised was giving him a sibling. Ryan wanted to feel like an older brother, to have a playmate, a close companion. He wanted their team to be bigger and stronger, but it didn't work out. Later, Ryan found out that he himself had come into his parents' life with great difficulty. They had some health problems, and doctors even warned them that they might never have a child of their own. But in the end, Ryan was born. The boy grew up surrounded by love, care and acceptance. His parents tried not to spoil him. They wanted to raise him to be determined and independent. His father often said these qualities were critical for a man. During his school years, Ryan focused on his studies. His father enrolled him in a private gymnasium. The education there wasn't cheap, but all subjects were taught at a high level. Ryan liked physics, computer science and mathematics. By the 5th or 6th grade, he realised he wanted to be a programmer and pursued his dream firmly and confidently. His parents supported him in all his endeavours. Ryan's peers fell in love, suffered from unrequited crushes, or went on dates. He remained indifferent to romantic relationships for a long time. He wasn't interested in romantic games, but in his first year at Technical University, Ryan fell in love. He fell in love wholeheartedly, attaching himself to the girl with all his soul. The object of his affection wasn't a fellow student. Ryan's heart was stolen by a girl who sold hot dogs and coffee at the university buffet. Tiffany, young, smiling, red-haired and green-eyed, she reminded him of a fairy tale elf. At first, Ryan didn't even understand what was happening. Why did he rush to her stall every break? Why did he choose paths that went past her workplace? Then it dawned on him. Of course, Ryan was surprised to realize it was his first love. But what should he do about it? Ryan began to talk to Tiffany more and more often, making jokes with her. She easily engaged in conversation and even seemed happy about it. Her behavior encouraged Ryan. He understood he should make the first move, but he didn't dare. He was afraid. What if it only seemed like Tiffany liked him? What if this was just her usual manner of communication? What if Ryan invited her for a walk and she refused? Ryan was inexperienced in such matters. Besides, he liked her so much. She evoked such strong feelings in him that he was just afraid of doing something wrong, afraid of spoiling everything. Ryan lived in an apartment near the university rented by his parents. They were glad he got into the famous university on his own and supported him in every possible way. Ryan studied hard and even tried to work part-time, taking private orders for writing application programs. He was doing quite well. It seemed there was no place for romance in his life. Yet thoughts of Tiffany always filled his head. She made the first move. One day she called him in the hallway and asked for help carrying a box of unsold goods to the basement refrigerator. Ryan agreed with pleasure. They walked together, talking. The conversation flowed easily and casually, as if Ryan and Tiffany had known each other for years. Tiffany was simple, natural, and very pleasant. Ryan admired her clean, beautiful face and graceful movements. She spoke mostly. He tried to smile and insert short lines at the right moments. Then Tiffany suddenly twisted her ankle and began to fall. Ryan instantly caught her. She pressed herself against him. It was a wonderful moment. And then Ryan didn't even realize how it happened, but they kissed. The sudden happiness made him dizzy. He had never experienced such strong emotions. Not even when he jumped from a high bridge into a lake in Italy. Not even when a private airplane pilot let him take the wheel for a few minutes. "I'm so happy," Tiffany smiled, pulling away slightly. "So happy that it turns out that you like me too." Ryan stared at her, eyes wide with surprise. It slowly dawned on him that she had cared for him all this time. Tiffany then admitted that she noticed Ryan at once, and she liked him at first sight. She poured out compliments, some about Ryan's appearance, others about his demeanour, speech and movements. They began to meet. For Ryan it was all new. Dates, kisses, romantic messages. Somehow he managed to balance meetings with his favourite girl, work and study. Probably because his feelings inspired him, giving him strength and energy. Tiffany quickly moved in with him. She was from a small provincial town and didn't know her father. Her mother worked as a cleaner, supporting both Tiffany and her disabled younger sister. After school, Tiffany entered a school for a confectioner, but didn't complete it. She abandoned it and went here to earn money. "We need money," Tiffany sighed. "Ange, my sister, needs medicine, and Mum doesn't earn much, so I came here. Here the earnings are quite different." Ryan both pitied and admired Tiffany's strength and determination. He had never faced such problems. The illness of a loved one, lack of money, the need to get out of financial difficulties on his own. Tiffany had grown up in an entirely different world. Nevertheless, she became the closest and dearest person to Ryan. He helped her, cooked delicious dinners if she was late at work, made her gifts just to see her happy smile, and transferred money to her card. He saw how she took part-time jobs and worked late to support her mother and sister. Tiffany sincerely thanked him every time, and Ryan, he sometimes felt embarrassed by it. Several years passed. Ryan was already thinking about proposing to Tiffany. She had hinted she wouldn't mind becoming his wife. But he wanted to finish university first and then start a family. He still had a year to study, a considerable period. His parents also advised not to hurry, especially his mother. She didn't like Tiffany from their first meeting, although Ryan thought she behaved flawlessly during their dinner at the restaurant. "Don't you see, this is a typical piranha, a hunter for rich suitors," said Ryan's mother later.
"You didn't even get to know her better," Ryan argued.
"I've seen all I need to see. She's no match for you." For a long time, Ryan thought his mother was being a typical mother-in-law, the kind legends and jokes are made of. But only a couple of years later, Ryan realized his mother was right. Her intuition hadn't failed her. Tiffany quickly became the closest person to Ryan. He trusted her and was ready to do everything. It seemed to him that Tiffany felt the same way. At least, she often talked about her feelings and assured him that she had never experienced anything like it with anyone else. Ryan felt pleased and didn't see any other future except creating a family with the woman he loved. But Tiffany had problems. She often cried because her sister's condition was constantly deteriorating and required more and more expensive medications. Ryan helped her. He had a stable income and his parents transferred money to him every month. It didn't cost him much to support her, and Ryan's heart always ached with pity for his beloved, who had so much to bear. Tiffany worked a lot and didn't often come home at night. Ryan didn't like that she had to work so hard, but Tiffany insisted that she couldn't put all the responsibility on him, that she had to earn for her family, and continued to work tirelessly. And then, one day, Ryan overheard a conversation. He had come home earlier than usual. Ryan opened the door with his key and realized she was home. Her voice came from the bedroom. She was talking to someone on the phone. Ryan thought he would surprise her by entering suddenly, but he surprised himself because he suddenly heard Tiffany's words. "Kitten, you know I'm only with him for money. My love is you," she chirped into the phone in one of her most delicate voices. "Of course, he provides for you and me, and you should be grateful to him at least." The last words were said as a joke. Tiffany and her invisible interlocutor laughed together. "He will. I'll tell him that my fictitious sister Ange needs an operation. He'll turn himself inside out, but he'll get the money. I know him. He'll do anything for me." Ryan froze at the door in amazement. Tiffany was deceiving him. She clearly said it now. "He'll find the money, don't worry. His parents are rich, I told you before. We'll pay off our debts, and there'll be money left over. I'll charge him enough to cover everything. I'll tell him Ange needs an expensive operation. I've been leading him to that for a long time." At these words, Ryan couldn't stand it and entered the room. Tiffany stared at him in shock. She didn't know what he had heard or how long he had been standing under the door, but from Ryan's face, she seemed to guess everything. "You've got it all wrong," she began. "I realize how it may have sounded, but hear me out." Ryan listened. He couldn't break this relationship off so easily. It meant too much to him. The guy gave her a chance to justify herself. Tiffany tried to get out of it, lying and making up things on the fly. But Ryan saw the lies and insincerity. He wished he could believe her, grasping at straws like a drowning man, but no, it didn't work. They broke up. Ryan threw her out that same evening. It was painful to do it, but staying together, seeing her eyes, and pondering over every word she said, whether it was true or not, was too hard, simply unbearable. In the end, Tiffany told Ryan what she really thought about him. She confessed how disgusting it was to play a fool in love with him. She described in detail how boring, predictable, and limited he was. She even admitted She had someone she truly loved. And Ryan? He was just a means to solve her financial problems. It was painful. Painful to the point of darkness in his eyes, interrupted breathing and ringing in his ears. Ryan long experienced this betrayal, and after what happened, he stopped trusting people, particularly girls. Now each of them seemed to him a mercantile person, who only thought about how to exploit a person for money. As the son of wealthy parents and a good earner, he was especially a target for these ladies. If a girl didn't hide her intentions, making it clear she was interested in money, status and gifts, Ryan considered it a virtue. At least it was honest. Those who pretended to be in love, portraying admiration, Ryan despised and avoided. He had romances, of course, but only those where everything was clear. He provided money, restaurants, gifts and travel. She provided beauty, love and attention. It was mutually beneficial cooperation. The only thing missing was an official contract. Ryan trusted no one as much as he had trusted Tiffany. He didn't want to be used or deceived again. His friends often called him cynical and cold. Well, so be it. But no one else would hurt his heart, cause him pain, or make him fall out of life for a long time. No, Ryan didn't want to be vulnerable anymore. Ryan had a job in a large company, acquired his own apartment, an expensive car, and a solid bank account. He had friends and, when necessary, women. Such a life suited him quite well. Travelling, his favourite job, and interesting people surrounded him. Something, of course, was missing. He wanted a sincere, loving and caring person by his side. He wanted a family and children, but eventually the man persuaded himself that that wasn't for him. He often visited his hometown to see his parents, who didn't get younger over the years. During these visits to his hometown, Ryan met with his childhood friend, Jay. They had met at a karate class many years ago and had been in touch ever since. Jay and Ryan often argued. Jay knew what had happened to his friend when he was still a student and knew about Tiffany. He thought it was an accident and assured Ryan that the situation had traumatized him, making him see only greedy predators around him, which wasn't true. "Who would need me without my money?" asked Ryan. "There are always many women around me, but they only need one thing. I've seen it 100 times. "Trust me, you have really low self-esteem," Jay said with reproach. "Do you really think you have nothing to love except for your money?" "It's not me who's the problem, it's them, the women. All they want from men is money. If you're a pauper, go to hell. They won't even talk to you." "Let's make a bet." Jay suddenly got excited. "You pretend to be poor and try to get acquainted with someone, let's say on the street or on the bus. You'll see what happens, and you'll realize you're wrong." "Stupid. We're not 16 years old." "Well, how else can I convince you? If it doesn't work out, then I was wrong, and you're right. And if it works out, then we both win. What do you think?" Ryan thought for a moment. It was a strange idea, childish even, but why not? And Jay already wanted to prove him wrong. They decided not to postpone the experiment. The very next day, Ryan found himself on a bus for the first time in many years. Yes, the conditions were far from comfortable. Unfortunately, there were only old ladies on the bus. You can't charm them, can you? But Ryan was in no hurry to get off the bus. It was pleasant to drive through the city, not having to follow the road, but admiring the views from the window. There was something peaceful about it. He decided to go to the city centre and find his favourite cafe. He often went there with his classmates during his school years, sitting at a table in the corner, laughing and eating pizza. It was a happy time. It seemed like there were so many bright, interesting and exciting things ahead. Ryan got up from his seat and went to the exit. And then, "You seem to have dropped your wallet." A young woman, the conductor, was looking at him. She had huge, wide-open blue eyes and a pretty face. Ryan turned around. Wow, had he really dropped his wallet? The conductor could have kept silent and taken it for herself, as it was clear there was money inside. But she didn't. What an exception to the rule. Maybe Jay was right after all. Ryan wanted to say something nice to the conductor but couldn't think of the right words. The driver wouldn't wait. He'd close the door and the bus would move on. "Do you always work here?" "Yes." "Then I'll see you again." Ryan smiled at the woman and jumped off the bus, which was already impatiently snorting its engine, preparing to leave. These words escaped his lips as if by themselves. He didn't even have an opportunity to think them over, and was glad it happened that way. Yes, he would definitely meet this woman again. She had such amazing eyes. They should at least talk. Ryan really wanted to get to know her better. It was a strange, amazing and very nice feeling. And if it hadn't been for the situation with the purse, he wouldn't have paid any attention to her at all. Ryan found Marjorie the very next day. He was in no hurry to go anywhere. They talked a little and got to know each other better. At first, Ryan didn't tell the truth about himself, introducing himself as a bankrupt entrepreneur with huge debts. Marjorie also had many problems in her life, but she found the strength to sympathize with him and even offered to help him. They began to date. Ryan didn't hide for long and quickly admitted to Marjorie who he really was. At first, she was a little tense and scolded him, and it took Ryan great effort to explain to Marjorie that someone as sincere and honest as she was not easy to find. Recently, Marjorie and Ryan got married and decided to go on a trip. Marjorie and her son would see the sea for the first time, and Ryan intended to make this trip unforgettable for them. The man no longer doubted his choice and felt happy.